Ombaso said he was saddened by the frequent killings against women, especially young girls.
We have a criminal problem and we have a moral problem. We need to address both of them. As government, I want to promise you we will go out of our way, provide resources for our police to deal with this challenge. But equally, as parents, starting with myself, as parents, as Kenyans, we must also deal with the moral issue. Let us not just finger point as to who should do what. We should also begin by saying, what will I do as a citizen so that we can stop this menace?
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja on his part has asked women to try and find ways to stay safe in order to be protected from being victims of femicides.
Wanaume jameni, itabidi sisi sasa ndo tuanze kutetea kina mama. Mambo unapata mama ameitwa amechinjwa. Ameitwa na boyfriend mahali ameuliwa. Tuache kusema ati suluhisho ni kuambia wasichana wakutane na mtu wa aina hii ama hii. Do not blame the victim. There is no justification of killing a female or anybody in our country. Your Excellency, you are here. The women of Nairobi are crying. The women of Kenya are crying. Tuwapatie security, tuangalie mambo ya polisi wetu, mambo ya surveillance. Juzi tumepata wengine hapo Langata Cemetery. It is very disheartening and it's time for us to take a stand.
His statement was emphasized by Nairobi woman representative Esther Pesaris, who also called on the government to protect women from such individuals.
The oldest woman in this country who's been raped is 83 years old. The youngest 5 months. Tuko na shida. Askofu, lazima tuombe sana ili Mungu ageuze roho ya wanaume. Mwanze kuchunga wamama na watoto wenyu. Sai watakuwa likizo. Wewe mwanaume chunga watoto. Na hao watoto wote wetu ambao wanapata mimba wakiwa likizo ni wanaume wetu ambao wanatukosea. Wacheni wasichana wetu, wacheni watoto wetu, chunga mama. Mwanaume simama imara, kwa sababu hata kama utashikwa na serikali, Mungu halali na anaona vile mnatenda.
The seven comes as Hashim Dagane Mohammed, the primary suspect in the recent murders of 3 women in Italy, is set to be presented in court this morning. His arrest yesterday followed investigations by DCI, leading to his capture at his hideout in Kamkunji, Nairobi. Authorities discovered that Dagane possessed several fake documents, including a Kenyan ID. Investigators have established that he previously served as a regional police officer in a neighboring country before relocating to Kenya, where he worked as a driver in various schools in Isili. The family of the 3 women have thanked DCI for arresting the person behind the murders of their loved one.
Thank you for Allah. Make it as easy. The guy brutally killed for our children. The government has captured. Now we are in front of the DCI. He's the guy, the murder is inside. We are really happy. We are saying thank you for all the Kenyan and the Kenya government, and all the people are convicted how to catch this guy. And I say thank you for Allah. Thank you very much, all of you.
Over 900,000 learners commenced the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education theory papers this morning as the examination body assures that all is set for the tests, which will run for the next 3 weeks. This year, Kenya National Examinations Council has introduced new measures in exam administration as part of curbing cheating, which includes personalizing papers and not printing extra papers. The agency's CEO, Davin Jagere, while assuring to guard exam integrity, reiterated that the papers will be personalized, bearing each student's name and index number. At the end of each paper, the part with candidates' details will be torn off and packed separately to guard against examiners identifying the candidates while marking. NEC confirmed they have a unique way of identifying each candidate's paper, which they said they won't reveal for security reasons. And in the international scene, 14 people were killed and 34 others injured after lightning struck a church in Uganda's northern district in Lamu. According to police, the church is located at the Palabek refugee camp. Uganda's police spokesperson Kituma Rusoke said the incident occurred at around 5:30 p.m. on Sunday when the victims had gathered for a prayer service. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
It's the beginning of a week, the first Monday in November. Let's take a quick look at what's happening on these Nairobi streets as we get into it. Just starting off with what's coming off of the Thika Superhighway, and not much here. Always a port of call. As you get into the city this morning, I think we're not going to have too much in terms of hold up. On Outer Ring, traffic in and outbound is flowing rather smoothly. Not a problem here at all. As you're coming out of Westlands, also looks good. A quick look at James Gishuru shows that as you cross over Waiyaki Way through the Red Hill Link Road, we're not going to see much traffic. Not for now. It's early Monday morning. Let's see what happens as Monday gets into full swing. We'll be here for it. Talk to us to keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Hiya, okay, my headphones are like doing like that. Sigei, I don't know how. Sigei, what? Ndu?
Yes.
How are you?
All right, good morning.
Very well. Very well, very well. Uko sawa?
So,
Yeah, under the circumstances.
under all prevailing circumstances.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Under the circumstances, you were well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Go with one circumstance at a time. One circumstance
Under the circumstance
At
of
a
the
time.
heat of the year,
One-
I'm okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on Amnagani, my friend.
Sawa bana. Siti unaonaje hiyo story?
If I'm to respond in a manner that Ndu respond,
It's like somebody who's underwater. You can't
no,
really hear what
it's
they're
like you're
saying.
determining, am I really well or not well? Under the circumstances. But she's okay. Under all the circumstances. But mimi niko mzima. Yes. You know, this heat was speaking of the other day is real.
Proper.
Buana. It gets very hot at night. The blanket is almost getting obsolete.
Mine was obsolete a while ago. Mine was properly obsolete.
You know, I don't know what this
Nasikia ni kama uko coastal namna hii.
It's warm, bwana.
Namna
Very warm.
Yeah. You know, something is happening from today, senior. Is the proper KCSE starting today?
The proper one.
Mtihani,
Yeah, there were orals that took place for French and I believe Kiswahili last week. So now we're getting into
Theory now
theory of the
begins.
written paper.
Over 900,000 learners are commencing their KCSE theory papers this morning. Remember last year and the other previous years where we've had this whole issue of, did you close that window? Now look at Ndu now.
What's happening?
There was some magic that occurred, unfortunately.
She has magicians. Yeah?
Just tell me again.
Ebu enda hapo hivyo search Imabulende. You see that one? That one. Remember the way and then you can mute the other one that's playing. There's a second window that's playing.
I removed it, you don't know.
No, it's still there. There's a second window on the side that's playing. Mute it. That one. Mute that one. Right? So, the people from Kisi and Nyamira have been doing very well in KCSE exams.
Oh, okay.
People have been saying, Connie, why? Sijui what? Are they performing better? Sijui, But you know what, my friend? It is because the Kisi know how to read and write.
Okay.
Okay? And that's why this song now comes in. Now play it. Now you can play that one. I'm sure it'll start with an there.
London's latest.
Wakisiwa wamejua kusoma. Tamanyire Gesongo.
Rex.
Pasoni. Unajua mtu anaitwa pasoni. Kichwa anaitwa head. Akili inaitwa brain. Mikono inaitwa hands. Miguu inaitwa nini? Legs. Maburende twamanyire gusoma. Maburende. Unasikia hiyo?
You know,
Wow.
I was looking at this mixed class. All ages are permitted.
Ndio.
Yes.
Kila mtu.
Unaanza kuna interest ya kusoma.
Kuja.
Unakaribishwa.
Umekaribishwa.
Yes.
Nyote mwalikwa. Yeah. So that is it. As they begin their KCSE, just expect at the end when the results come out and you see schools from Kisii, the larger Abagusi areas shining. Just know.
They have Rex.
Just know. Maburende twamanyire gusoma. Don't question these things. Don't think we don't know. Don't think we are ignorant. We know hands.
You have Rex.
And legs. And hands. And person. And brain. Welcome to the Situation Room, everybody. It's 18 after what? It's 18 after 6. Maburende. Tunansia hapo. What shall we be discussing today? We have several things. Number one, so this is the week when the Ma Cultural Festival is happening. Remember, we hosted the two leaders from Baringo County. Not Baringo.
No, Samburu
County.
Yes.
That is hosting this year's celebrations, yes? So we have invited the PS for Culture, the Arts and Heritage, Ummi Bashir, to come to us at 7 a.m. to talk to us about culture. So what is this thing about culture? Okay? And also, remember, she's the PS who's spearheading what? The search for a new national dress. Not new, for the national dress. This elusive quest for the national dress. Why are we here? And is it true that they're spending 100 million shillings looking for a national dress?
They're using. Okay, sorry.
You know, as you put it the last time when we had this discussion, the most photographed community in Kenya are the Maasai.
Yes. The most easily recognizable attire.
Yep. Yes, and the reason is because they tend to dress in their
own regalia.
Yes. And it's Kenyan. Why not just adopt that one?
It's not pretentious.
No. Why not just adopt that one? Give it a bit of this, a little twist here, a little turn here. But why not?
That is it.
And by the way,
struggling.
So anyway, she'll come at 7.
She'll come at 7.
Yeah. At 8 a.m., we'll be joined by the MP former Bay Town, George Peter Kaluma, Kenya's political transition. What next? So now, we have seen. Now we have a new deputy president. We are waiting to see. Is Baba going to choose who's going to be the interior CS or not? Kaluma will come and tell us. We'll ask him.
He has insight.
We'll ask him. At 9 o'clock, we talk about all these PPPs and projects. I know every day there's a new scandal surrounding a project. Are we signing a new project for power, a new project for airports, PPP, dams, Engineer Howard Mai is a civil engineer and infrastructure contract professional. He'll be here and tell us what he thinks. Corruption and projects, are we boxing shadows It's either we don't understand this language, what is the issue? Okay, it's already 21 minutes after 6. Just tell us about weather first, Sunil. Aya. Maburende twamanyire gusoma.
Kichwa. Cloudy in Nairobi at 16 degrees this morning, and at 14 it's going to be partly sunny in Nakuru, 15 and cloudy in Nyeri with 11 and mostly clear conditions in Eldoret, 24 and sunny in Mombasa and 24 and sunny in Malindi, while at 21 it's clear in Kisumu. We'll see 16 and clear conditions in Kakamega. Cloudy at 20 in Kampala and 25 and sunny in Dar es Salaam. Johannesburg 20 sunny through Monday, 25 and sunny in Mogadishu and 11 and mostly sunny in Addis Ababa, 24 and cloudy conditions in Lagos, and it's 24 and partly cloudy in Kinshasa, 10 degrees and sunny Monday afternoon in Beijing. It's 7 and cloudy in Paris and 11 and cloudy in London. Sunday night in New York is cloudy at 7.
Salimia watu
wako hapa. Abduction, disappearance, killings lined up with torture is just bad. Why? Don Sabo has started this morning with a bang and is asking, how are you? Ndu Eric and City. How are you?
Morning, Don.
Fine. Are you fine?
Mimi niko sawa.
Sawa basi.
Nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu.
Peter Ruto is greeting us from Embakasi. Sir George Gashoyeri says, good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a great show. Wajiro says it's a new week. Good morning. Indeed, it is. Chris Maura says, good morning. Spice says, good morning to you. Sir George is asking, Eric, what did you say about the Google Maps chick who kipotea whilst driving?
Wow. That's a whole story.
It is that chick, last week. Was it? I can't remember.
So somebody had posted that they were going to Malindi, okay? And so they work at Google Maps. Come to Apekambia, head straight, head south.
In 300 meters, turn left.
At the roundabout, take the second right. She went on. Kapita, Mutituandei. Go to a place called Manyani. In 200 meters, turn left.
Oh dear.
She turned left at Manyani.
Manyani.
She's going to Malindi. So she gets into Savo East.
Good Lord.
There's a road. The problem that she was complaining about is that road is like 1 million rumble strips for 120 kilometers. At some point, network inapotea. So she's just seeing animals, elephant here, giraffe there, those things. And she's in the middle of nowhere and she's going to Malindi. And the lady is telling her, you go, bwana. What's the problem? So my comment was, sometimes it's like that Google chick is just a sadist.
She says, like, let me show you.
She turns you around. She tells you, yeah. And then she sits back. She's just nailing her. And she's just giggling to herself.
You're painting her nails saying, turn left.
You're lost. She's just laughing.
No idea where you're going, and neither do I, quite frankly. But hey.
Where she was supposed to turn off was not Manyani. It was Mariakani.
Hey. There's a road now through Manyani,
There is a road.
Goes to the other Sala gate.
Yes. But that road is not meant for people who want to go to Malindi. That's the people who want to drive through the park.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
So she decided that, you know what, let me take you on a tour.
See your country.
Not cool at all.
That's those times even when you actually miss a turn. When she's told you
can recenter.
In 200 meters, turn left. You get the 200 meters. Turn left, and you don't turn left. She sounds pissed off.
She keeps saying, turn left.
She gets pissed off.
Turn left.
At some point, then she tells you, head southeast.
Sasa utaki ku turn left?
Head southeast. So figure out where southeast is.
You figure out where you're going. I told you to turn left.
I saw that person a long time ago because I was going to Narok. I ended up driving on a riverbed.
Bas.
Oh, yes.
She's
just
not
turn
nice
left,
sometimes.
turn right, and I said, forget this thing.
Let me
just ask somebody. Now you've got it. Boda and say, I know this place.
Yeah.
Can you go ahead of me? Yes. How much will it be? 20.
Boda guys are the new Google Map. Salimia watu haraka. Agola says, hello, good morning to you. Cecilia Ngwenye says, good morning, Spice team. Happy Monday. Nayo, where? Teresia Maveka, good morning, Justice. She said somebody has put off the sound. Can you hear me, Justice?
Surely why?
Please tell us again, Justice Maveka, if you can hear us. Sandra Sherrier says good morning. She's tuning in, I believe it's Puerto Rico. Peter Karigi says good morning. Volume, please. Allah, kila mtu anasema. Volume. Can't hear us. Lydiah, can you check something about volume?
That was earlier.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that was earlier. Let's see what people are saying now. Karen Yabura saying good morning. Now, Apendasana, have a blessed day. Tibbs Muga is also tuned in this morning. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you for being here every morning. Kone Vandi says good morning from Sierra Leone in Freetown. John Geshuku is also here. Didi is here. Masharia, James Mukabana, Rakim Magada. We see all of you this morning. You say you have free gifts. Allah. Let's see what that will be tomorrow, no? All right, guys. Good morning. Karibuni sana, everybody.
Okay, City.
Yes, please.
Where to this week?
We are in the Africa. South of the Sahara.
Okay. Yes, we are.
We're in the Africa.
We're in the
Africa.
South of the
Sahara.
Right. And the country that we are in is called DRC. Yes. Interesting. Once upon a time, it was even called Leopoldville. This is one country in Africa that has the distinction of having been owned by one monarch.
Can you imagine?
King Leopold or Leopold decided him he's going to own this country, and for a while there, he actually owned it for a while there. That's a story that we'll continue to be looking at. Right. It is the second largest country in Africa by landmass.
After Algeria, Sindo.
Kabisa. And 11th in the world. Huge country. Population, 109 million people.
Wow.
Now remember, the wars they've had and the issues reduce the population by...
Imagine.
Quite some.
Still. Millions which are approaching 8-9 million. So, they could have been 120, thereabouts. The proverb. Firewood burns as long as it is not wet.
Firewood burns as long as it is not
wet. By the way, this is one of those trick things. When I said you think I finished a proverb, I haven't. That is part one of the proverb.
What do you mean?
Let me tell you the part two. A good man triumphs only when he is just.
That is the same proverb.
Same proverb. Part one.
Firewood burns
as long as it is not wet. A good man triumphs only when he is just.
Okay.
So dry firewood is just.
Okay. Higher. Quickly, the headlines.
Insecurity storm. That's what's on the front page of the Standard. Kenya's human rights record faces intense scrutiny as both citizens and international allies sound alarms over a surge in abductions and forced disappearances and killings. The West is pressuring Kenya to uphold democratic principles and protect civil liberties amidst mounting tension and calls for accountability from rights groups and diplomats alike. Yeah. People are saying, no, guys, get your act together. Asylum image tainted after deportations. That's another one to look at. Greed and graft combine to tear down Amboseli. Irregular land allocations, human encroachment, and allegations of human rights abuses form the core of a simmering conflict in one of Kenya's most crucial ecosystems, Amboseli. Where? Half Kenyan banks face closure. It's interesting because it's like some banks are not Kenyan, others are. But what we're saying now is half of Kenya's banks face closure. That's a bit crazy, isn't it? All eyes on the US as it goes to the polls. Early voting started a couple of months ago. Still voting. That's pre-voting day voting. But that's still, we're already seeing people walking around saying, I voted. Let's see what happens.
They're ready for Tuesday.
They're ready for Tuesday.
I'm ready for Tuesday. Very ready for Tuesday. Tuesday. Okay, The Nation.
On the front page of The Nation. Experts query Ruto's tax plan. Really? Slapping Kenyans with more taxes and levies will not lead to additional revenues. Well, we can see that. Parliament's economic think tank, Allah, has told the government, which has revived some unpopular taxes withdrawn from public protests in June. The Parliamentary Budget Office has cautioned the state against ambitious tax targets backed by introduction of new taxes and increase of others, even as Treasury issues proposals to roll out a set of new levies which had been rejected under the finance bill. It just is essentially saying, I'm spelling doom. Kenyans rule the streets in the New York City Marathon. best of the best. Kenya's Sheila Chepkirui crosses the finish line to win the women's elite race. Her compatriot Helen Obiri, far right, was second. Kenya's Evans Chebet in action during the men's elite race. He came second after Netherlands' Abdi Nigai. How Ruto camp plans to win back hostile Central. There's a story about that. Mm-hmm. Inside Kupet, Ruto's State House talks. And on the back page of The Nation, dominant women rule New York.
Cool. It's very nice. The Business Daily. World Bank resists push to end Kenya power monopoly. The World Bank has warned the Kenyan government against its push to end Kenya power monopoly in the sale of electricity to homes and businesses, saying exposing the utility to competition will trigger a surge in electricity prices. So this is one of those areas where the World Bank is saying, do not, liberalize this market, because prices will go up. In everything else, liberalize your markets. Let the market forces play. But for power, no. Market forces, if they play, cost will go up. World Bank in wajanja bana. They say that allowing other firms to sell power also risks crippling the Nairobi Boers listed utility due to long-term wholesale electricity agreements that it has inked with generators like KenGen, Lake Turkana Wind and Ore Power 4. They're saying, you see this thing, Kenya Power has long-term contracts it's already signed. Okay? That have already committed it into this power. You bring in another competitor, power will go up. I don't know.
I don't understand how. I honestly don't.
I don't get it, but but they do. You see, they're sharp. They're sharp. You're not. Treasury plans new payslip relief from SHIF and housing levy. So what the National Treasury is doing is they're proposing that SHIF and housing levy be deducted from your gross pay, and then now you then get a tax relief for your income tax. Currently, what's happening, the only thing that gets deducted at gross pay is NSSF. And then everything else now after that is taxable. Okay? Now they're saying, if you do that, So, for example, workers earning 50,000 shillings per month will see their tax bill drop by 318 bob. Those earning 100,000 to 500,000 will get reliefs of up to 3,187 if they just do this. Just moving it from this line to the other line. That's it. Okay? Wine prices to go up, beer to fall on tax plans. Balubai Patel, SIB, APA, Deep and Bamburi Stakes. This is businessman Balubai Patel. Standard Investment and APA Insurance have bought 4.7 million Bamburi shares between July and October. Stanbic Queen's excise duty fight with KRA. Treasury revives bid to tax infrastructure bonds. City, you've got the star.
I do.
Yes.
I do. Top right-hand corner in teal green. Side effects. The reference here is to polio vaccine.
What?
Senate launches inquiry into safety of polio vaccine amidst what? Outcry. So it's on page 2.
Allah.
Yes. There has been an outbreak, and the outbreak was seen in several places in the country. Kakuma, some were seen, Turkana, in Kamkunji. But then some children developed complications, and the complications were convulsions, diarrhea, fever, vomiting, the side effects of the vaccine. So the Ministry of Health decided, no, this one, we need to look into it. Again, one asks the question, before the administration of this vaccine, were the parents not told that there would be side effects? Because they are side effects. They are side effects. Anyway, that is top right-hand corner. Then, Aringo. Yes. You're talking about Peter Castro Olo Aringo. Okay? This gentleman was very well known. Yes. He passed away at the age of 83.
Wow.
Okay? This man was a serious KANU functionary and an ardent supporter of President Ali Arap Moi. Okay? Yes. He passed away, and there are those who say that he was the architect of the 844 system. On this one, there's a debate because he happened to have been the minister. Doesn't necessarily make him the architect. He was just a minister. But if you're the Minister of Education, the new system, it is you whose name will be mentioned. They forget that one Mr. Kamodo was also Minister for Education around the same time. So take your pick. Who do you think was the architect? Heartbreaking loss. How I lost 7 children in the Shakahola tragedy. This is the testimony of someone who said that who was testifying in the Paul Mackenzie case. Okay, there are the number of relatives that he lost. Then voices. Legislative reform key to prosperity. This is an article by Dr. Chris Kipto, who happens with the principal secretary in the Treasury. Now, bang in the middle of the paper, exposed agencies in trouble include Rivertex, Ketraco, and National Museums of Kenya. What am I talking about? I'm talking about cash-strapped firms milking taxpayers dry. At least 8 parastatals have been declared insolvent by the Auditor General. South Nyanza Sugar Company, Sony, Rivertex, Kenya Bureau of Standards, National Museums of Kenya, Kenya Post Office Savings Bank, Kenya Fish Marketing Authority, I didn't even know there was one, Kenya East African Portland Cement. And you know it was Kenya, so it just followed. Okay, Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, Ketraco, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. We've been told these people are right, and in the bang in the middle of the paper scenario, there's a picture of President Ruto and the governor of Nairobi, Brother Johnson Sakaja. They are all smiles, happy. This is a church service at the African Divine Church.
Okay.
Yes.
That was yesterday.
Sunday.
All right. So let's take a look at traffic at 23 minutes to 7, Kenya's biggest conversation, reminding you the reason why you need to download Tala from Google Play. It's because you need a companion with you wherever you are going, whatever situation you face yourself. At some point when you need some money and you're wondering, okay, so who am I going to call? Call Tala. Yeah, you need some money and you're in a fix. Who are you going to call? Call Tala.
Well, Monday seems to not be Mondaying on these streets, at least not yet. As you get towards the Pangani underpass, coming off a thicker superhighway, that's probably where we'll see the worst of traffic this morning. There's a little bit of it also on Kangunda Road as you approach Mamaluse. As you get towards Outer Ring, there'll be some traffic there, so something to watch out for just in case you're heading in that general direction. Let's take a quick look back at the thicker superhighway. We're coming in from Githurai. Traffic at your different roundabouts is also starting to build up. The other parts of the city, we've said no cigar, at least not for now. Let's see what Monday morning happens to turn out to be. Let's have a chat about it. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
All right, 19 minutes to 7.
There is a story on page 6
Of
the President Ruto, and there's a picture next to that, and he's sitting with Anthony Blinken. You know who that is? He's the Secretary of State. So that picture was taken in Washington, D.C. And the headline is, Ruto faces local international backlash over rising abductions. You can just guess what that story says, with the different people who are missing. But then on the next page, which is page 7, there's the picture that that CT told us about. And it's got picture of the President, William Ruto, as well as Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, and then Musalia Mudavadi. I just don't even know how many titles he's got right now, so I'm not going to tell you what he does, okay? Chief Principal Cabinet Secretary, Interior, Acting CS, Interior, anyway, whatever. You know who I'm talking about. The headline of this story is, Ruto vows to tackle rising femicide cases. This is, of course, linked to the previous page story. He has condemned the rising cases of femicide and called for concerted efforts to address both the criminal and moral dimensions of this alarming issue. What I wish I would have also heard is that he has condemned the abductions that are also going on at this time. But that has not happened. So let's focus on what he has condemned. He expressed regret yesterday that the very men expected to protect women and girls have turned against them, committing acts of violence. He pledged to equip the police with the resources needed to address this issue. I'm very interested in what CT would think these resources are and how the police can be equipped. But even as he promised to ensure the criminal element of the vice is addressed, Dr. Ruto also called on parents to keep keen interest on the moral fabric of the society. It is true that we have a big problem. Our young people, especially girls, are now being killed arbitrarily. Instead of showing them love, it has now turned into killing them. How can it be that our girls, women of Kenya, that expect us to love them, but now they are dying in the hands of men, boasts the president? According to Ruto, the country has both a criminal and moral problem that should be addressed comprehensively if the menace is to be completely done away with. The head of state at the same time urged Kenyans to take individual responsibility to end the vice hurting women and girls, as opposed to pointing fingers on who should address the problem. He said, as government, I want to promise, are you ready? We will go out of our way, provide resources for our police to deal with this challenge. But equally, as parents, starting with myself, we must also deal with the moral issue. Let us not finger point as to who should do what. We should all begin by saying, what will I do as a citizen so that I can stop this menace, because it is hurting our girls, families and citizenry. We need to work together, and we will have a comprehensive program on how we are going to address this issue in a wholesome manner, so that we not only deal with the criminal issues, but also apply our minds to the moral issues in our society. So he says we are gonna get rid of it.
We are going to deal with femicide. Cases of femicide are on the rise. Okay. All right. That's what he says. Sawa, Mr. President, so you just start with the women who were picked up at Kware, whose bodies were picked up at Kware,
there,
you know? And just start asking the DCI boss. You said you have somebody who confessed to doing this. Where is he? How can you say that the police of Kenya have actually gone for weeks without being able to trace somebody who was in their custody and left their custody? Somebody who was in a police station, in a cell in a police station, climbs over through some window
with some 11 other people
and goes for weeks.
Till today, we don't know where he is.
Yes. Okay. And that man apparently has confessed to femicide of how many women? He has killed tens of women in his own confession, according to the DCI. So you just start with that, Mr. President. Those are the ones
just those ones.
Yeah, just tell Amin, come. Amin, where is this guy?
You know,
then equip Amin with the way to get that guy.
Or even the one that was body parts that were found just the other day outside the national park.
They arrested a guy yesterday. Police said they arrested a guy. Their prime suspect in his sling. Okay. Let's also see how they handle this one.
You know, this matter of disappearances and everything involved with people being killed, what have you, it's women being killed. We had this gentleman who was the HR officer at Wells Fargo being killed. Now you hear of boiled bones of human beings being found in a cemetery. This isn't this garden variety crime that you sort of like say, okay, we'll root out the criminal element. This is like a runaway disease now.
It is.
Because every place you turn your head, you read of something horrible, not terrible, horrible happening. And it appears that the security forces are at sea. We can almost compare notes as citizens and say, how is this going down? And saying, we're rather hoping that you might even give us a hint as to what we should do.
You know why the audacity grows? The audacity grows and intensifies because not enough is being done about these crimes that have been perpetuated previously. So people say, nobody's really paying attention. It can get worse. We can do worse. You can look, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter who it is. You can condemn it as long as the day is long. Condemn as much as you want to do. But if you're not going to actually do something about it, and for me, as bad as femicide is, right, it is not the only side that is happening in this country. There are people who are being abducted on a daily almost. There are people who have been missing for months. There are people whose bodies have turned up in rivers, lakes, quarries, holes, outside national parks, happening on a daily basis. You cannot single femicide out and condemn that alone. These other things must be condemned wholesome, and something must be done.
But what does a condemnation do? Really?
Thank you. It doesn't do anything. Let's just say it. You can condemn it and say it is bad and get other people to share the same sentiment. Because yes, it is bad. But condemning is just it. You've condemned it and that is all. You have not done anything about it. And you have the power and the purse to do something about it. But you do not. So you can condemn until we're all blue in the face. Until and unless something is done about it and people can see that it is being done, guess what? Condemning, the wind will blow and the sun will set and the sun will rise.
One of the things that the president said on Friday at KCSE was that for 2 years, he was the only one who was talking about government projects, who was talking about government plans, who was trying to explain government work, and that he was hoping now that Abrake will come in and do the abracadabra of helping him do the job. So he told Abrake, I'm happy that you're now joining this presidency because you will speak about it. Abrake has just moved from the interior docket, all right, where all these things are happening. Abrake has not talked about these issues.
Nope.
Let's hope that Abrake, now that he is the deputy president, will take up this matter and actually raise this issue and say, this is what the government should do to address issues of people just disappearing and people dying. Over to you, Your Excellency, Abrake. Let me tell you about something that's happening in Amboseli, right? So the Standard has decided, let's dedicate these 2 pages of conservation disputes that are sparking violence in Kenya's wildlife haven and Amboseli's illegal farming that disrupts wildlife corridors and the Maasai way of life. So the Amboseli is vast, okay? It's in Kajiado County. Amboseli spans a whole area that borders Tanzania, that's with the Kilimanjaro. It also borders, not Amboseli, but the entire ecosystem there, borders the Chulu, on this at the end, it then comes in on into Kajiado towards the Manga, right? But what's happening, especially in Kajiado South, where the Amboseli National Park is that there's been now subdivision of land. Previously, land around the Amboseli, that's outside of the Amboseli National Park, has been held as group ranches, community land by the community, the Maasai community, several clans, and there are several group ranches. For example, there's one called Kimana Tikondo, there's one called Olgulului and Olorashi, Eselenkei, Mbirigani, Rombo, and Kuku. These are ranches. They are together 500,000 hectares. All of them in Loitoktok sub-county, okay? They are wildlife corridors for the Amboseli, Chulu Hills, and Savo West National Park. Now, what has been happening is that these group ranches, the leadership of these group ranches, has then now been taking some portions of the land and subdividing among the community members. So each community family is then allocated, say, 100 acres, 100 acres, 100 acres, 100 acres. Now, what the families then do is they then sell portions of it so they can raise money. They get titles, okay? Now, the people who purchase these pieces of land are moving in there to do agricultural activities. The story, for example, talks about a spot check by the Standard at SLNK Group Ranch, which uncovered a large-scale horticultural farm that's spanning 47 acres, featuring an electrified fence, staff quarters and boreholes. The farm is called Wairimu Farm in Okoh. The project, reportedly valued at 30 million, includes a greenhouse complex that employs 40 workers, and the next to it is another 42-acre plot that's been fenced off and purposed for illegal horticulture. Now, they're calling it illegal because apparently the environmental report and where the land use report says if you're here in this area near the park, you should not erect fences. But the people who are buying, they're buying and they're putting their land into commercial use. And commercial use is you want to grow crop. You cannot grow crop and you're letting those animals in the neighborhood there just come and cross over. So you put up a fence, right? So now there's a clash between now the new homeowners and landowners and the county government of Kajiado. Because they're coming to say, no, don't put up a fence. And the guy is like, I bought 100 acres of land here. My intention for purchasing these 100 acres of land was going to farming. What are you telling me now?
I can't do it.
Yeah. There needs to be a proper conversation around this, starting with the county government and the leadership of the Kajiado, talking to the leaders of the group ranches. Because at the point of subdivision, what are they telling their members about the land? Are we telling you, uko na shamba, here is your title? Because the guy, if you get the title for your land, next thing you want to do is at least get some value out of it.
Absolutely.
So you hive off a portion of it, you sell. Who is doing all these transfers? The county government is involved in clearing the titles. Now, you can't come back and start saying, but you see, but.
Somehow there's, are we seeing something that has been brewing for a while and which was manifest in the Portland land? You see, this selling of land to individuals, unsuspecting individuals, people who actually need the land and they have a very clear idea of what it is that they want to do with that land. Is this against the backdrop of any planning, any structured way in which the land should be utilized, or an understanding of what it is that certain pieces of land or portions of land or areas of the country, the usage should be put to, or what it is that the county have planned? Because surely they do have a planning department or ministry.
Yes, they do.
So what is it? Because, and also if indeed people are coming to farm and the idea is for them to grow foodstuffs, okay, so what's their food policy? What is this thing that they seek to achieve? Or is it just somebody buys land and you leave the person to do whatever it is that they want with their piece of land?
It would appear as though the latter is what is the practice.
Yes.
There are land use policies that are now coming out in this story. But then those land use policies are not well communicated.
Nope.
Okay? So because the whole area here is, because it's been Maasai land and the Maasai don't put fences, they use this land for grazing purposes. Well, they assume that, it'll stay like that. But then you start seeing all these activities coming. Are you, as you are issuing a title deed, are you saying that as I issue this title deeds, first of all, ensure that you know this is what you can do, this is what you cannot do with this land? Because it's a critical ecological importance. If you're not explaining, you can't just come now and start beating people up.
No, actually, you cannot.
No, you can't.
No, you cannot. You cannot. But is it that the people who are selling this land, let's just go back to the basics. What is the authority that they have to sell this land?
It's
their own.
There's evidence that it is their land.
The land belongs to them.
So the land, it's community land. This is group ranch. Land is group ranch. The leaders of the group ranch, the members of the group ranch meet and they say, you know what, we'd like to extract some value out of our land. Okay, so what we do is let's apportion a part of it and then we get title deed. With title deed, what happens? You actually now have value, right? So land is subdivided. Every family gets its allocation. We are X number of members here. So everyone gets their title. After they get their title, the next thing they want to do is some of them will want to sell, others will want to keep. So you've taken 100 acres, you carve up 40 acres and you want to sell 40 acres. So you subdivide the land further, sell the 40 acres.
So they realize the money that they want, and the person who buys the land decides to put the land to the use that is suitable to them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
And all these things that they're happening, it's not that the government is on holiday.
No. Governments don't go on holiday or sabbatical.
Yeah.
So, a problem in the making.
A big one.
Big one.
This really wrapped, because the other side of it is now coming out to say, you see what they've done? They are fencing off the land, so we cannot even access grazing land.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
So you'll decide the same people who sold the land will now come against the people that they sold the land to and saying...
Yes, and also that conversation will become even louder once the money that you paid has been spent.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes.
Can I tell you real quick about KCSE?
Tell us real quick.
So KCSE theory begins under new strict rules. We know that the orals of French, Kiswahili and German. French and Kiswahili took place last week. Over 900,000 learners commenced the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education theory papers this morning, as the examination body assured that all is set for the tests, which will run for the next 3 weeks. This year, Kenya National Examinations Council, KNEC, has introduced new measures in exam administration as part of curbing cheating, which includes personalizing papers and not printing extra papers. The agency's chief executive officer, David Jengere, while assuring to guard exam integrity, reiterated that the papers will be personalized, bearing each student's name and index number. So you get your paper, you don't have to fill in your name because it has it. At the end of each paper, the part which candidates' details will be torn off and packed separately to guard against examiners identifying the candidates while marking. So you don't know whose paper you're marking, really. KNEC confirmed they have a unique way of identifying each candidate's paper, which they said they will not reveal. So you don't know, just know that they have a unique one. Jengere said this is the first time that this part has the candidate's detail and will be separated, so the examiners are not able to see the name of the candidate. He said, we are set and have given briefings, and the national briefing, we went to every sub-county, to center managers, supervisors. They were all briefed, especially with the new innovation. So everybody knows what it is that they're supposed to be doing. He said there will be no extra papers, and they would have personalized all of them. This is a departure from the past when candidates were required to write their details on papers, a loophole exploited over the years to abet examinations malpractices such as impersonation. So, Eric goes to sit the exam for CT kind of thing. So exam malpractice by individual candidates will not be used to punish an entire school or an examination center, unlike in the past where examination centers or schools with suspected irregularities have had the results cancelled or withheld. Not everybody. So he says, of course, mobile phones will be switched off. All containers will be opened at 7 a.m. on the dot, etc., etc. With all of these happenings, we cannot do but wish all the 900,000 plus candidates the very best as they sit their exams over the next 3 weeks.
Kabisa. We wish you all the best. Now, coming up in the next hour, we'll be talking about culture, right? And the elusive quest for a national dress. As that is happening, we want to remind you about Cradle, CRAYDEL.com. The official Study in Ireland fair takes place on the 9th of November at the Gallant Mall in Nairobi from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And the only way to enter here is by registering today on Cradle.com. It's 7 a.m. news time.
Morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. All candidates registered for the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examinations will from today begin the common papers across the 10,755 examination centers set to be open for the exams any time from now. Next CEO David Jengere says that all distribution containers must be opened promptly at 7 a.m. to allow the timely distribution of examination materials. Jengere said that with KCSE exams are entering their third week. Sorry, I'll take that again. Jangere said with KCSE exams entering their third week, 965,501 candidates across the over 10,000 centers will be sitting for the exams. The candidates will from 8 to 10 a.m. be sitting for English paper 1. Thereafter, they'll take a break and begin their chemistry paper 1 exam from 2 p.m. and finish by 4 p.m. The Kenya National Examination Council has taken extra measures to ensure the smooth management and security of the examination process, which comes to an end on the 22nd of this month. Kenya is set to launch Mpox vaccinations in December this year, that is next month, to combat the spread of the new strain of the virus that has also affected several other African countries. The Ministry of Health has confirmed that vaccinations for high-risk populations will commence once the country receives an adequate supply of the vaccine from the Africa Center for Disease Control. With this initiative, Kenya will become the fourth African country to vaccinate its population against Mpox, following the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda and Nigeria. The Ministry of Health has announced that plans are underway to secure the necessary doses and vaccinate high-risk groups by next month to help curb the spread of the virus. President William Ruto has vowed to deal with the rising cases of killings of women and girls, pledging to provide police with the necessary resources to put to an end the runaway crime. Ruto said that police will deal with the criminal part of the crime, but called on parents and all Kenyans at large to take the lead in instilling good morals in their children.
We have a criminal problem and we have a moral problem. We need to address both of them. As government, I want to promise you we will go out of our way, provide resources for our police to deal with this challenge. But equally, as parents, starting with myself, as parents, as Kenyans, we must also deal with the moral issue. Let us not just finger point as to who should do what. We should also begin by saying, what will I do as a citizen so that we can stop this menace?
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja on his part called on male leaders to openly denounce femicide, noting that the alarming rise in cases is a pressing concern for the nation. In collaboration with Nairobi woman representative Esther Pasaris, Sakaja announced plans to establish a safe house in Gigiri to provide refuge for survivors of GBV.
Wanaume jameni, itabidi sisi sasa ndo tuanze kutetea kina mama. Mambo unapata mama ameitwa amechinjwa, ameitwa na boyfriend mahali ameuliwa. Tuache kusema ati suluhisho ni kuambia wasichana wakutane na mtu wa aina hii ama hii. Do not blame the victim. There is no justification of killing a female or anybody in our country. Your Excellency, you are here. The women of Nairobi are crying. The women of Kenya are crying. Tuwapatie security, tuangalie mambo ya polisi wetu, mambo ya surveillance. Juzi tumepata wengine hapo Langata Cemetery. It is very disheartening and it is time for us to take a stand.
Pasaris called on the government to protect women from such crimes.
The oldest woman in this country who's been raped is 83 years old. The youngest 5 months. Tuko na shida. Askofu, lazima tuombe sana ili Mungu ageuze roho ya wanaume. Mwanze kuchunga wamama na watoto wenyu. Sai watakuwa likizo. Wewe mwanaume, chunga watoto. Na hao watoto wote wetu ambao wanapata mimba wakiwa likizo ni wanaume wetu ambao wanatukosea. Wacheni wasichana wetu, wacheni watoto wetu, chunga mama. Mwanaume, simama imara, kwa sababu hata kama utashikwa na serikali, Mungu halali na anaona vile mnatenda.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Let's see what things are clicking in to be this Monday morning. Traffic is starting to build. We've seen this quite some on the Thika Superhighway this morning. And let's go beyond the Allsops Junction, where traffic is coming in heavy from Garden City. Well, before that, Githurai, your different roundabouts heading out towards the CBD. That's busy as you also get towards Murang'a Road at the junction. And then also at the roundabout, the Globe Cinema roundabout, that's busy. All right, look at Jogo Road. Also, look at inbound traffic coming On Landis Road, that's very heavy this morning, getting towards Kamkunji at the roundabout and then on to Haile Selassie, busy there. Also busy, Lusaka Road. On this other side, Bunyala Road at the junction. Langata Road is also giving traffic through towards Uhuru Highway. And it is busy this morning on Gong Road as you get towards the CBD. And as you also find your way through towards Lavington, coming off of Gitanga Road, traffic is starting to build as well. All right, getting into a busy Monday morning. Talk to us about what's going on in your neck of the woods and let's try to keep things moving. Today, let's talk SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
It's 7 minutes after 7. How are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. Ndu, welcome back.
Thank you so much.
You're good, eh?
I'm all right.
Very good. Now, you know, in this economic situation in our country, the big conversations right now is about securing your family's future, managing wealth with confidence. And that's why we want to talk about Kenya's number one private bank. It's called Standard Bank, offering highly tailored relationship-driven approach to banking for executives like you, Madam Ndu Okoh. With the revamped private banking services, Stanbic makes it possible to bank easily, to live joyfully, to invest skillfully, and plan wisely. Those are words that City would say.
Oh, okay. Invest skillfully, live wisely, and do what?
Well, live joyfully, invest skillfully, and plan wisely. Yes. Note, there's no spend carelessly here.
Spend carelessly. But live joyfully.
Live joyfully.
If you want to live joyfully,
yes,
think about Stanbic, okay? And we'll be telling you more about it in coming days. So the number one thing that we want you to know is number one private bank in Kenya is which one? Stanbic. Yeah. And the kind of person that you are, you need the kind of bank that they are. Okay? Now, let's talk about culture in this country. What's our culture?
Who?
We people.
Oh, okay.
We the people. Okay? So we have very many cultures. Can they form into one? Can they merge into one? Are there some areas that are just, like, this is the culture of Kenyans?
The sum total of a people's way of life, that is how culture is actually defined loosely.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, in this country, when you look at the one thing that unifies is the things that we do, and we seem to do uniformly. Some of them are not really pleasant. So let's focus on attire. That one, the differences will be manageable differences, whether it is color, whether it is style, whether it is, that is manageable. But we have other traits and other abilities in this country that are really, really not pleasant. Yes.
There's a State Department that has a responsibility of promoting the positive culture.
Yes.
Of anchoring our heritage.
Yes.
Promoting the arts and making sure that those are cultures that with the culture of corruption, the culture of impunity. Those ones are not cultures, okay? It's just bad habits. Ummi Bashir is the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Culture, the Arts and Heritage. She's our guest. Good morning, PS.
Good morning, Eric.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Good morning, Ndu, and good morning, City.
Good morning, Umi.
Very nice to meet you. Again,
yeah.
So the pleasure is all mine.
Entirely.
Very good. Very good.
That's quite a cultural statement.
Yes. Karibu sana, PS.
Asante, I'm happy to be back again. And SpiceFM is always home.
Very good.
So I'm happy to be here.
Very good. This is a week that we are celebrating Kenya's culture. When you talk about the Ma culture, that is Kenya's culture. Okay?
It is.
Yeah, and where we'll be unveiling the national dress. You know, anybody who's entering the Ma Cultural Festival is wearing the national dress. And he will be telling us about the quest for our national dress. But City, please welcome the PS with the day's proverb. This week, where are we? In the Africa.
Yes, actually, we are in the Africa, but this is the Africa which is south of the Sahara.
Okay.
The following weeks, we will be looking at proverbs from countries in that region of Africa. We've just left the Maghreb region. Now we are south of the Sahara in Africa.
Okay.
Firewood burns as long as it is not wet. A good man triumphs only when he is just.
Those are two proverbs in one.
They presented it that way.
Okay. Firewood burns as long as it is not wet.
Yes.
A good man triumphs
only
when
he is
just. Yes.
Firewood indeed does burn only when dry. So even when you look at a tea bag, once you wet it, is when it exhumes the tea for you to drink in the hot water. And firewood, when wet, is quite irrelevant or not usable, same as charcoal. So I would say when you look at an aspect of day-to-day lives, there are things that make us redundant and not very useful. I would say things like negative talk. I would say things like corruption. I would say things like negative leadership, negative cultures. But when you pour into the cup of positivity, when you pour into the cup of positive cultures, appreciating each other's traditions and cultures, then you glow in a different light. So that is what I would understand with that proverb.
You put it very well. Very, very well indeed.
Ndio?
Super.
Very much on point.
Thank you.
Yeah. So speaking of culture, we are like in culture season, right?
Oh, yes.
Just the other day, there was a cultural festival in the Turkana. There was a celebration of that. Now we have the Ma Cultural Week and so on and so forth. What's the importance of doing these celebrations?
That's a very good question. We tend to focus more on our cultures at the last quarter of our year as a nation. And it is a mandate of our State Department, Culture, Arts and Heritage to ensure that Kenyans appreciate each other's cultures and celebrate each other's cultures. We are in a country where politics takes center stage and usually divides us. We look at each other's, tribes, each other's, backgrounds. We remember who your neighbor is only during the political seasons. But we want to use culture as a means of catapulting each other's positive cultures and celebrating each other's cultures. So we had the Turkana Cultural Festival, the Tobong Lore, which just ended about a week ago in Turkana. And this is a festival which brings about communities and people across the borders. We have people from South Sudan, Ethiopia, Uganda, Burundi to come and celebrate with us. And this shows unity. So culture basically is a means for us to practice and participate in unifying our backgrounds, our languages, our heritage, and so forth. We have Ma coming up. This is also another chance to bring Kenyans together. The Ma Cultural Festival is not only for the Maasai. We have tourists planning to travel all the way from America, the UK, Australia, just to come and participate in it. We had it last year too, but we are rotating it. Last year it was in Kajiado County.
In Narok.
In Narok County. This year it's in Samburu, next year it's in Kajiado County. So the three counties got a presidential directive last year during the festival to be interchanging and also the national government to be supporting, be it financially, be it technically, to ensure that it's a success. So for us, it's an opportunity whereby we only don't look at a particular county. We look at different counties coming in together and expressing their gastronomy. What do the Ma people love to eat? What do the Turkana people love to eat? At the end of this year, we have what we call the Pingluo, where we'll go to Siaya for the cultural festival. The beginning of December, we have the Lamu Cultural Festival coming up. So it's a season of festivals, celebrations, and happiness for us. And as a State Department, we have different sagas. We have the national heroes, the Mashujaa Day, which also ended a few weeks ago in Kwale County. It's also under the State Department of Culture, Arts and Heritage. So it was also an opportunity for us to celebrate our heroes, be it the sports heroes, be it the environmental heroes. There's a child, the boy who came from Asha. He rescued 2 of his friends to escape the fire. We also awarded him as a hero. You see, as a State Department, we don't only concentrate on culture. We have, of course, the museums. Gede ruins became the 8th UNESCO World Heritage Site that was inscribed. And as a country, it was a plus for us. So back to the cultures. Our cultures unite us. Our cultures basically make us forget our tribes.
Do they?
They do. I think they do, Eric.
When we're promoting these cultures, like for example, now we say the Turkana, the Ma are meeting, the Luo would be celebrating theirs, the coastals around Lamu will be celebrating theirs. Are we not promoting that tribal aspect of it? How do we safeguard it against it turning tribal?
We are promoting the existence of particular communities. We don't look at a tribe per se. And in our country, we are one of the most democratic nations. On Friday, we swore in His Excellency, the Deputy President, Abraham Kithure Kindiki. And he comes from one of the smallest communities. And for someone like him to become a Deputy President, and at the same time, it being a month where we're celebrating minorities or pastoralist cultures, it puts everyone on the map in the sense that just because you come from a big tribe does not necessarily mean that you are destined for greatness. Our cultures bring us together. They unite us in such a way that when you hear there's a Turkana Cultural Festival, it's not only Turkana people who go there. His Excellency the President actually graces these festivals, and he does not come from that tribe. Yes, because he's the president, 1. 2, because it is his mandate to unify and bring the people of Kenya together. So the fact that he's going to these cultural festivals and as a chief guest shows the seriousness we should take our festivals as. When you go to the Ma Cultural Festival, like last year, we had everything under the sun in terms of Ma culture. The dress code, the foods, the dances, the poetry, the music was all Ma. So when you leave that place, you tend to appreciate the backdrop of which we paint our different colors as a country. Tourists came and they were very positive about it. And this year, many have called again asking if it's still going to be Narok or it's going to be moved. And we get excited. So we work in partnership with the State Department of Tourism so that we can increase. Yes, to promote it.
Yes. Is there a risk of it turning negative by over-politicization? Okay. So, for instance, if we look at when the 2 waziris from Samburu were here last week, they gave us a plan. Day one is the first ladies, day 2 is the governors, day 3 is the president. See, it's coming from those leaders. And then those leaders, we all know how they speak, and we all know how it looks like. When the president goes and says, you see, now I've appointed Turkana lady as a CS, can we now work with the Honorable Munyes? Can we, the Turkana people, also feel that we're included in the country? That is, it has, I'm not saying it did, but it runs the risk of tilting and amplifying the tribal thing that we're trying to run away from.
Not really, Eric. I think it shows that regardless of whichever tribe you come from, you have a seat at the table with this government. When His Excellency mentions a Turkana CS coming from Turkana, he is setting the bar high because we have never had a female Turkana CS. So it is doable. When you look at the AG, she's a lady, whichever tribe she comes from. I myself am the only Muslim lady in the whole executive, PSs and CSs combined. That shows you that it is possible. So regardless of me being Somali, coming from a tribe that brought how many votes, he's not looking at that. He is looking at a situation where everybody gets a piece of the cake, regardless of where I come from. So when you look at the cultural festivals, this promotes and also supports the fact that counties are encouraged to practice and celebrate their different cultures, their different heritage that they have. We have Garissa, again, coming up for the first time to have a Culture and Heritage Day in November on the 23rd. So you see, different counties are picking examples from the Ma and the Turkana, which are the major ones and part and parcel of our mandate as a state department. So I think it's a positive thing because it unifies us. After elections, we come together. You're still my neighbor. I'm still your classmate. I'm still your boyfriend or girlfriend, regardless of the tribe. But when I look at your practices, I look at what you do at a certain time, what you eat, what are your folk songs, your wedding songs, your circumcision songs, and so on. Then I know, well, there's a space for this particular community in Kenya. Of course, the negative cultures. Negative cultures, for instance, we have the likes of early marriages. We have circumcision. We have cattle rustling. We'll call it negative, but for that particular community, they feel like you're a shuja if you go through this. So in Kenya, we are in a space where democracy is being practiced. We are in a space where devolution is there. Culture has been devolved, but at the end of the day, the national government has a duty to promote and preserve cultures.
Yes, allow me, Ndu. We're having a problem with the camera that's focusing on the PS. So let's take a break so we can allow the tech guys to do this.
Okay.
I mean, there's no point of us continuing if we're not seeing the person who's answering the question. It's 22 minutes past 7. Kenya's biggest conversation is hosting PS Ummi Bashir. She is the Principal Secretary for Culture, the Arts and Heritage. We are talking about culture and the elusive search for Kenya's national dress. So what's the importance of this culture and heritage and those culture days? And then why are we looking for a national dress when we all know the Maasai beads are the national dress? Coming to a break there. Siti, the official Study in Ireland Fair is taking place on the 9th of November. Yes? At the Gallant Mall in Parklands.
Yes.
What does one need to do to get there?
Well, apart from simply finding transportation that takes you there, it helps tremendously for you to register. Why? Because entry is by registration. You register, and once you register, the invitation will be given to you, and then you can come. Now, there's 3 reasons why you should attend this Study in Ireland Fair. 1, it gives you direct access to top universities. In addition to that, it helps you discover Ireland's career opportunities, meaning job here, job there. It also gives an opportunity to get visa expertise advice as to how it is you can get there. Now, one of the things that we in Kenya have as a problem is employment. People go to school, you can't get jobs. Now, you're being told Ireland doesn't quite have this problem. Beyond the education, they also have job opportunities. All right? And the participating universities are several, actually. Griffith University, University of Galway, Ndu's favorite university, University of Limerick, Dublin City University, Technological Universities of the Shannon, Independent College, and University College of Cork. Yes.
Very good. So the register, cradle.com.
Yes.
It's the only way to register.
And spell it Craydel. Cradle.
Cradle.
Yes.
Okay. Ndu?
Yes.
When you say that you have some need for some cash, you are somewhere stuck in a jam, and you need some urgent money, who are you going to call?
You call Tala. So imagine a situation where you are indeed stuck in a jam and you need to pick up your phone. If you've downloaded the app already, you're just basically going and ask what you need. What do you need, TT? 4,000, 5,000 shillings, 10,000 shillings, 50,000 shillings? What is it that you need at that moment to get it done? Tala says, we'll do it for you. We're not going to hide anything in the little, what is it? Fine lines, the fine print. We're not hiding anything in there. And we're telling you that between 0 and 61 days, you can actually then get your loan paid off. You pay the interest, you pay whatever it is that you need to, and get into a cycle whereby we can continue helping and partnering with you to make sure that you make sound financial decisions, even in your time of need. It's been a partner walking with you all these years and going to continue walking with you into the future. When you're stuck, think Tala.
All right. Download it on Google Play. 25 minutes after 7.
Sun rays this Monday morning in Nairobi, at least 17 degrees, sunny into highs of 27. It's 15 and sunny in Nakuru. We'll see highs of 26 and highs of 28. In a sunny Nyeri at 17, 13 and sunny in Eldoret, going to highs of 25. And it's 25 and sunny in Mombasa this morning, and 27 and sunny in Malindi. 22 sunny conditions, going to highs of 30 in Kisumu, while Kakamega will see highs of 29 and lows of 16 through Monday. Kampala experiencing light rain showers this morning at 21 with highs of 29, while it will be sunny through most of the start of the week in Dar es Salaam, currently at 25, going to highs of 30, 21 and sunny in Johannesburg, with highs of 32, and 32 will also be the high in a sunny Mogadishu at 27. Addis Ababa is sunny at 14 with highs of 23, and we're looking at mostly cloudy conditions in Lagos at 24, going to highs of 31, 33, I beg your pardon, and we'll see highs of 32 in a partly cloudy Kinshasa at 24. Where are you this morning? Getting into the CBD shouldn't be too difficult for you if you're coming out of Westlands. If you're coming off of Thika Superhighway, maybe not so much. As you get to the Globe Cinema roundabout, there's traffic. It's going to hold you a little bit as you're trying to access Kijabe Street, Moy Avenue, or getting into that general direction. It's busy coming off of Jago Road, going towards Landis, and then right around Haile Selassie at the junction. And we're seeing a lot of traffic then getting in onto Uhuru Highway, coming in from all different directions. A quick look at Langata Road shows that everything is A-OK, as it is on the southern bypass. Mombasa Road, a little bit of traffic as you come past Capital Centre. We'll see some of that traffic then holding you on, trying to get onto the southern bypass. Apart from that, I think we're all right. The Likoni interchange with some traffic, Lunga in and outbound traffic, as well as coming off of the eastern bypass. That's pretty heavy, touching on North Airport Road, getting towards the Cabanas interchange. We're in it already. Let's see what happens as we get through it. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
All right, 29 minutes to 8. Our conversation continues with PS Ummi Bashir.
PS, even as we look at some of these things, and I think about culture, it's a way of life. It's what people do regardless of tribe. It's how they dress. It's how they eat. It's how they practice. It's things like this. But I don't think we can look at it outside of what happened that essentially tried to obliterate it completely. And that was with colonialism. And what happened in this part of the world, which was almost complete assimilation, whereby everything that people were practicing, or that they did, or that they shared, or that they ate, or how they dressed, the aim of it by the colonialists was to remove it completely and get them to assimilate with the colonizer. They did that very seriously. And so when we look at wanting to bring it back, must we not then be just as hard or even harder to make sure that it is brought back and that it is retained, and not subjected to what I would like to say is just cheap political endeavors at some time, when we bring in the issue of tribe and giving this person a job or not, that an entire world was obliterated. So how do we then say we can bring it back? And is by bringing in a national dress enough at the end of the year? Isn't it something that should be practiced every day? Isn't it something that should be highlighted all the time? How can that become something that is so inherently part of society that you have no option to forget it? How can that be done? And I think that's where my mind goes, that we can't talk about it once a year and expect that culture then will be reintroduced and repracticed. How can it be regular?
Thank you for that, Du. First of all, the clash of cultures vis-a-vis modern times is there. When you look at the digital space we live in, from the time of the colonial period, where our cultures were not as cool as other people's cultures. We say Africa is our business. Africa is us. We write our own stories. And when other people come and superimpose their cultures, that is modernity, civilization, into our cultures, then it is for us as Africans to push back and express ourselves in the sense that through dances, through our attires, through our foods, that our cultures are here to stay. So we're not adapting other people's cultures because they're cool, or the fact that we've been colonized. Wearing suits and you see how advocates dress in the courtroom, it is all an adaptation of other cultures. So when we take time as Kenyans to celebrate each other's cultures and come up with a cultural, a Kenyan dress, then that shows that we are envisaging a practical unity and appreciation of each other's cultures. We have a situation where our own constitution and under Article 11 categorically explains what culture is, the foundation of the civilization of our nation. It is basically, we are putting culture at the center stage of our constitution, being the backbone and the Bible or the Quran of the country. In that, culture is recognized, culture is appreciated. We should not let our cultures die. Our cultures expressed through music and through the festivals that I so spoke about. The Tobong Lore, for instance, says, welcome back home. Where are we welcoming back to? Why did the Turkana come up with this? Is it because Kenya is the home of human origins? Is it because the oldest fossil was found in Turkana, and that is the fact that we celebrate this festival and welcome all and sundry back to Kenya? Is it why Kenya and His Excellency the President has opted for a visa-free country? These are all now accumulating to that perspective of Kenya is home and that we're proud of our cultures. The digital period and the diplomacy that we have in the globe today is I can express myself on Twitter, dress however I want to dress, and rebuke how you want to dress or how you speak, the dialect or the language you speak, because it is not cool and it is not modern. But Kenya gives us that space, and our State Department of Culture gives us that space of going around the country and promoting these practical cultures. You asked about the dress. I don't know if I may delve into that. You know what they say, City, a lie travels across the globe before the truth has a chance to wear its shoes or something. Okay, I'm being prudent because I'm on the radio. So now, that what was reported about the dress was false, and it was misguiding, and it was complete misreporting to the citizens of this country. Culture does not have a budget of 100 million for a cultural dress. We do not, and we never said that we have 100 million for a dress. And you could even check our Hansard, the Hansard in Parliament, where we were before our departmental committee, and that question came up. The issue was, why is this dress being repeated? It was done before. What is unique about it this time, and why will it not fail this time? Do you have a budget? And as a State Department, we have no shilling for our Kenyan dress. In last Utamaduni Day at the Bomas of Kenya, I myself, with the head of public service, declared that we will have a Kenyan dress by this financial year. But due to lack of funds, we could not attain that. 2, a Kenyan dress was first brought about during C.S. Balala's time, Kibaki's time. That was almost 20 years ago, so to speak. And what came about was Kenya needs a dress, an identity, a pride, resonating with an attire that you wear even when you're out of the country and have diplomatic missions. And the dress was supported then by Unilever. Unilever supported the government with 50 million Kenyan shillings. And that is how the dress came about. But now it was a conversation of within the boardroom where there was no public participation, there was no inclusion and involvement of the stakeholders, or so to speak, the end users, the Kenyans who are to wear this dress. So it flopped. So now when we came in, we said, listen, Nigeria and the western part of Africa have these amazing attires and dresses, the northern part, that when they wear, you can tell them from a group. So we want something similar that unites us as Kenyans. The bracelet aside, the Kenyan bracelet, or shanga aside. So when this conversation came up, we now hunt for funding. We have applied to different sources, different funds to get support, which we're still waiting for. So that has not materialized.
What do you want to achieve?
We want to achieve an aspect of promoting the textile industry. We want to give businesses to the textile industry in terms of coming up with the dress itself. We want to give a chance to our youths to showcase and compete for a Kenyan dress. And when I say a Kenyan dress, I don't mean just one dress. I mean different dresses, because we have almost 46 communities, tribes that have different indigenous heritage and pride. Okay. So what we want to do is come up with attires that whereby when you wear at Unga, for instance, when you were in diplomatic missions, when you were this, even the country, within the country, there's a sense of unity and also support
there's
to
an
the
identity.
people. Yes, identity.
But yes, there's already that.
Which is...
If you go to the Luo Cultural Festival, which will be happening, when is it going to be happening?
It will be on 26th to 2nd of January, 26th December to 2nd of January.
I'm sure when you go to Luo, you'll be able to just look and see just the way they dress, and you can tell that this is Luo cultural attire. True, City? Yeah. What does it consist of? There's some headgear, there's some that you look at. Even the Turkana, when we were looking at the Turkana, you could tell this is Turkana.
True.
Cultural wear. The Ma, we know the Ma cultural wear. The Kikuyus, there's the Kikuyu cultural wear. It's brown. We can tell. Why do we need then to do another whole quest?
Good question.
Why not just go and start promoting what we already know?
But you see, you've mentioned 4 or 5 different tribes. We're talking of an attire which accommodates all these tribes. We're talking of an attire which will have the headgear of a different community. We'll have aspects of beading to represent the Ma community, aspects of, let's say, the sisal, the feathers, different designs for particular attires. We're not talking about where Turkana, you have to wear one particular type of attire with the neck piece as a Turkana. The Maasais have the shuka with the beads, and that's it.
So why do you want to mix?
We want to mix because we are one. We are one Kenyan. We are one people.
Let's ask Ndu.
Yeah.
When you look at someone who's from Nigeria and you see this guy, this is Oga.
Okay,
is it a mix of many attires?
No. So now this is the other I wanted to ask. I believe that every cultural group in Kenya has their own native cloth, as it were, something that they do. When you see Nigeria, for example, you don't have one dress that combines Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, for example. If you see the Hausas in their Baban Riga, it is what they wear. If you see the Yorubas in their Agbada or Iro and Buba, it's something different, but you can identify because you know, okay. And that's where the Wazobia phenomenon came in. Wa is come in Yoruba, Bia is come in Igbo, Zo is Bia is come in Hausa. So it became Wazobia because everybody now brings their thing and comes together. We've not put a little bit of everybody together. It's not
combined into one.
No, it isn't.
From outside, when we look, we cannot tell whether this is Yoruba, Igbo. We just see this is Niger.
Exactly.
True? Now, if you look at somebody dressed in Ma culture and Ma attire, or somebody else who's dressed in Turkana attire, there'll be aspects of it that you'll just see, okay, I'll not... From externally, you'll not be able to tell that this is a difference. This is this pastoralist community from a different pastoral community. You just see and say these are Kenyan, and it'll be known as Kenyan.
Consider for a single second the changes that have come about from the time when we tried to foster a national dress. At the workplace, conservative establishments like banks where people wore suits and ties, on certain days they come with casual wear and usually attire that is made of what you can call African fabric. Okay? It's a change. You also find that there are these bracelet type things, like the one Eric has. One sees them all over the place and almost everyone wears it. Well, I'm not wearing one. So that's why I said almost everyone wears it. They are necklaces. They are meaning what you're seeking to establish already exists. People have found ways of identifying themselves as Kenyans with certain things that they do and certain things that they wear. If I look at the traditional wear that we're talking of, traditionally it was made of skin, okay, not cloth. We don't have the culture of cloth that West Africa has. We actually don't. It's how you modernize that particular wear so that you don't lose the essence of it, but you are able to replicate it so that it can be worn. Because you're not going to, I'm most certainly not going to wear a skirt like a garment made of skin. That one I'm not going to wear. Yes. Okay. But something that looks like it, fabric can be made to imitate it, that will actually have the same results. The diversity that we represent, in my opinion, is to be preferred. where even if it's 46 different dresses, because here we have what we call Kenyans of Asian origin. They are wear, and even then there's a difference. Someone comes from Pakistan, they'll be wearing something different from someone who comes from subcontinent of India. Okay, we have Kenyans whose origins are probably the southern part of Africa. If you look at their wear, it'll be different. All I'm saying is it possible for the State Department to consider, in seeking to find a national dress, why don't you ask the communities represented by various counties to first of all come up with something that unifies them? Because our counties represent communities that already have a certain uniformity. Why don't we start there? Because then you will be clear about what it is that you're seeing. Now, the process that you then want to undergo will be a lot simpler. Because if you haven't defined even from among yourselves what it is that you consider to be the unifying garment, how then do you propel it to the national level? The cultural festivals that we have are excellent. Somebody sent me an SMS just now saying, surely, but why do they tell us the week that it's happening? Why don't they tell us these things in advance?
Have it on the calendar.
Yes,
in advance.
It's a calendar, so you know yearly this is what's going to happen, so that people can actually choose. Like the donkey riding that takes place in Lamu, it is now known. The camel riding that takes place,
Samburu.
It is known. People know about it. But it's taken time. Now, all I'm saying is, if these things are made known in advance, they'll be just as popular as a safari rally. And Kenyans actually have shown that they actually like traveling.
Okay.
They've shown they like going to these places. So you will actually achieve the same thing that you're suggesting.
Thanks for that. First of all, the festival is annual. It has been there. The Ma Cultural Festival, as I said last year, it just started last year in Narok County. So as we move on, it will now be rotating between the three counties. The Turkana one has been there annually. And I think it's just for people to be a little keen by even looking at our website, because we always say, we set the dates. The Lamu one has been there since for the longest. I think the last week of December and the first week of January annually. When I think of traveling out of this country and I want to wear traditional dress, the Maasai one always takes lead. I always look at my wardrobe and I choose the Maasai. And most people globally tend to think that is our national dress. And a lot of people are advocating for it to be the national dress. But you see, we cannot sit in a boardroom and decide for Kenyans that this is your national dress. And that is why this time we want to do it differently by including and doing public participation in the 47 counties. What a Somali would wear and what a Turkana would wear and what a Luo would wear and what a Coastarian in Lamu would wear are different. Then how do we synergize this and come up with an attire that would be modest for me, that would be classy for someone else, that would be, cool for another community? And Eric, one thing I'd like to also notice and mention is the cultural diplomacy that has also taken center stage in the State Department of Culture, Arts and Heritage in conjunction with MFA. We've had the Olympics and we had a Kenya House. Actually, we are only two African countries that had a Kenya House in the Olympics. A Kenya House is an exhibition, a country house rather. So we had a Kenya House, and it's not the first time we're having it. In every Olympics and every chance we get sports activities going on in other countries across the continent, we always have a space, an exhibition to showcase our cultural artifacts, our Turkana boy. We carried our Turkana boy so as to showcase why Kenya is the home of human origins. And people, actually, we had so much traffic in the exhibition, and this in turn increases over time the number of tourists that we have in our country. Another place where we also showcased our different cultural artifacts, cuisines and heritage was in Berlin during the Muga Fest about a month ago, where we also took our Bomas dancers so that we showcase our dances. The gastronomy, we went with these guys for utalii to cook food, and people lined up just to taste and see what our ugali was like, what our omena is like, and so forth. This is part and parcel of celebrating our different diverse cultural practices. We also hosted the Kiswahili Day this year, the 7th of July in Kiswahili.
You're saying, Madam P.S. omena ilipanda ndege.
Well done.
Yes, it flew.
One cooler sardines. Sardines. Your Maina.
Yeah, Maina ilipanda ndege. So, and then we had the first Utamaduni Day. I mean, as a State Department, Utamaduni is basically our cultures, and the fact that we have different cultures, different days, different months to celebrate that. We had one cumulating to Utamaduni Day last year in Bomas of Kenya, where we showcased and brought people across the country to come and dance, eat our foods, and also showcase our different attires. Before I forget, I would also love to invite you guys to the Ma Cultural Festival, which is happening from the 6th to the 10th in Samburu County. Come dressed as Maasais, though.
Piers, I have to ask, the things that you've said that promote
Come
culture.
dressed in the national dress.
Yes.
The things that you've said that talk about to promote culture that probably should be stepped up quite some, again, throughout the year, I think are fantastic. So my question is then, if these things seem to be working, why is there the insistence then on, again, coming back to this national dress, which Kenyans don't seem to be really bothered to have, number one, and then it seems to be so difficult because from what you're saying, this is the second go we're having at it, right? The first one that happened, I'm not quite sure when that was, but it happened and it didn't seem to be really picked up by anybody. I believe there was actually an outfit that was designed and made and was showcased. I don't know if people bought it and put it in the back of their closet or whatever, but it just didn't seem to pick up. So this is the second go that's being taken at it. But it seems that there doesn't seem to be a huge appetite for it, but people have an appetite for these other things that happen. So why insist on it?
So it's we are not insisting on it per se. What happened is once the negative PR came about that we are using 100 million on a dress, which was a lie, that brought negative feedback for us, especially through the social media.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to clarify that we are not using 100 million for a dress one. Two,
how much are you
we
using?
are not, it's not a difficult thing. It is not a difficult thing because 2002 was the first time this dress came about. And for one reason or another, it didn't peak. One would like to believe it's because of lack of inclusivity and having the end users have an opinion. That is the people at the bottom of the pyramid, the people who are going to wear it and use it. It's not only me to wear it and use it, or His Excellency President, or a PS or a CS. It is actually Kenyans who will wear this. We are not forcing it down Kenyans' throats. We are asking for their opinions. And that is why we're saying sensitization, public participation, and inclusivity is what we are riding on right now.
So what's in the budget?
Sorry?
It's not 100 million.
No, it's not.
How much is it?
It's not 100 million, and 100 million is far-fetched.
How much is it?
100 million is far-fetched. So back then, they used 50 million for it.
No, they were given 50 million.
Yeah, they were given 50 million, which they used for it. They were given by Unilever. It was not government funds. So this time, we hope that it will be around the same. And remember, this time we are going round the counties. We're not going to sit in a boardroom and decide for Kenyans what to wear. So because of that inclusivity aspect, going to conduct public participation, it's going to be different. And I believe it will work. Remember, this is not a decision we're making for Kenyans. So that is why...
so you're fundraising for it?
What do you mean fundraising?
For the whatever budget, if it's 50, 60, whatever, you are seeking well-wishers.
Collaboration.
Yes, of course. We want to involve the partnership. We want to involve partners like Safaricom, the banks, KCB. If Unilever will still like to support us. But you see, we're not saying that we are going to use 100 million or 20 million.
You know,
You see, the bone of contention here, PS, and you've got to understand why I'm pushing on this question, is you're saying that it was a misunderstanding, a misreporting. The 100 million shillings.
Yes.
This is not the true situation on the ground.
It is not.
So how much have you budgeted for it? How much have you asked the National Treasury to fund this quest for a national dress?
You see, budgeting and asking and receiving are different things.
Okay, how much did you ask for? How much have you received?
We have not received a cent. We have not received a cent.
So no shilling has been allocated.
Zero shilling.
In this financial year?
Yes, Eric.
Towards that?
Yes.
Okay. But now you're saying that then you're reaching out to find other ways of mobilizing resources for this same activity?
Yes.
Every county in this country has a ministry that deals with the culture.
True.
Should they not be given that task? I'm actually going back there again. Should they not be given that task because it is their community. They would understand this better than probably we do. And then your ministry, your State Department could coordinate what these people are doing.
But you see, CT, there are regions or counties rather that have the same cultural practices, wear the same attires. If you look at the coastal part, it's similar. If you look at the northeastern part, it's similar. So if you give every county, the 47 county, an opportunity to come up with a dress, it'll be confusing because we'll have 47
Let them have their
different
conversation.
dresses.
Let Kitui, Makueni, Machakos have a conversation.
Yes.
And tell us what's a Kamba dress.
Yes.
Right? Let Taita Taveta tell us what's a Taita dress, what's a Taveta dress.
Yes.
Let Kuala give us all those communities. What's the dress?
Yes.
Okay, that's
This is public participation now. Let them.
And you
Let
see-
those in Luo Nyanza tell us what is the Luo dress.
Yeah.
In Nyeri, Muranga, Kiambu tell us the Kikuyu dress.
Let them.
If they want to include the Kirinyaga, fine. Let the Embu tell us.
Let the Meru tell us.
Yeah, but you see, culture is devolved. We have no issue with the counties doing what they deem fit. But we're talking about a national dress, meaning that at the State Department of Culture, Arts and Heritage, we are here to preserve, promote, and support cultures. So when Kitui comes up with its dress, Makueni, Machakos, it'll be more or less the same, right? So what we're saying is, let us inculcate Lamu, Mombasa, Turkana, Western into that dress. No, as I said, it's not only one dress. We have options of dresses. Because we say one, then as a Muslim, I cannot wear what another community can wear. It will not be, conducive for me, so to speak.
Madam P.S., you mentioned one of the goals is one of seeking to foster unity among communities. This national unity quest will not work if the communities within the country themselves don't have unity among themselves. Let me just repeat it again. And if this exercise we are speaking of is to achieve its full import, it is one where people within the communities they belong to will have a lovely discussion about this. This is something they can own. Now, when they get it, the State Department, as I said, has a key role in understanding what is going on. Now, you can then decide after it is they have come up with what each community thinks or the group of communities think is part and parcel of what they consider to be their dress. Your task then becomes a lot easier because they will have told you, and the concept and the aspect of public participation will have been realized. They can't say the State Department came up with this thing. It is them who came up with this thing, and this is what they came up with.
And that is why we're saying we're going around the counties for inclusivity and public participation. It is our role as a national government to unify and also give a chance to the counties to have that flexibility of exercising the devolution aspect that they have, whereby culture is devolved. Before we conclude, I'd like to also mention Gede ruins as one of our 8 inscriptions, and as a country, I think we're very excited about this. So we are number 5 in the whole of Africa as having like the most inscriptions. Of course, I say South Africa is the first, and we want to push for more because we have so many heritage sites and monuments that we want noticed and also appreciated by UNESCO. So the fact that UNESCO has given us the certificate for ensuring that Gede is inscribed as a World Heritage Site is a plus for us. Repatriation of artifacts is another thing I'd like to mention. We repatriated many artifacts which were stolen by other countries. We repatriated 5 Ikangos in the last financial year, and we hope to repatriate more. Recently, the repatriation of migrated archives was a win for us from the UK. They gave us 2,600 folders full of artifacts. These are letters between governors, between the British and ourselves.
Where are they now?
They took. They're here at the archives.
Or the National Archives?
The National Archives, yes.
Okay.
So we have folders and almost 5 hard drives of information, intelligence, letters that are here with us in our possession. And we have worked so hard to bring this back to the country. And We've also created employment, Ndu and CT and Eric, whereby as a State Department, we have been hiring close to 3,000 youths and people who are at the bottom of the pyramid. These are through the national product industry. This is kama miti shamba. So at the county level, we work with the county government to have agreements in such a way that we have 30 champions from each counties. We have the Kipepeo projects in the coast in Kilifi, Gede, where we have the butterfly projects, where the communities tend to profit. We have the wood carvings and also weaving industry, and also 300 poetry youth participants that we enrolled.
You'll come again soon, so we can talk about
and also welcome to the Ma Cultural Festival that is starting.
Takuja kununua dawa. It's 8 a.m. Ummi Bashir, the PS for Culture, the Arts and Heritage, has been our guest. Yeah, the Ma Cultural Festival happening from the 6th in Samburu.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Learning in the 35 public universities and 3 constituent colleges has been brought to a halt after lecturers boycotted work over implementation of an increment raise deal last week. Officials of the university's academic staff union launched the nationwide strike in Nairobi on Tuesday last week, as other chapters of the union did elsewhere. The Dons say they took the action after a series of unsuccessful negotiations, culminating in a breakdown of efforts to establish a workable return to work formula. And a family in Muhoroni, Kisumu County, is mourning the death of their daughter who drowned in River Nyando a day after sitting her Kenya Primary School Education Assessment Examination. Sarah Kemto, aged 12, had ventured into the raging waters to try out her swimming skills. Her mother, Constance Kemto, said that her daughter was in high spirits on Friday when she told her that she wanted to visit her aunt who lived nearby. Hashim Dagane Mohammed, the primary suspect in the recent murders of 3 women in Italy, is set to be presented in court this morning. His arrest followed investigations by DCI leading to his capture at a hideout in Kamkunji, Nairobi. Authorities discovered that Dagane possessed several fake documents, including a Kenyan ID. Investigators have established that he previously served as a regional police officer in a neighboring country before relocating to Kenya, where he worked as a driver in various schools in Isili. The family of the 3 women have thanked DCI for arresting the person behind the murders of their loved ones.
Thank you for Allah. Make it as easy. The guy brutally killed for our children. The government has captured. Now we are in front of DCI. He's the guy, the murder is inside. We are really happy. We are saying thank you for all the Kenyan and the Kenya government, and all the people are convicted how to catch this guy. And I say thank you for Allah. Thank you very much, all of you.
Investigations into the alleged loss of more than 6.5 billion shillings in the edible oil fraud at the Kenya National Trading Corporation have taken a new twist with the revelations of massive interference with the probe. In the revelations that have since triggered a parallel probe by the Senate, lawmakers heard that top figures determined to cover up the racket are meddling in the probe. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the DCI and Senate have been investigating the con and obstruction of justice. However, Marsabit Senator Mohammed Chute said the KNTC management has continued to retain the staff implicated in the scandal in which taxpayers lost more than 6.5 billion shillings. And in the international scene, as the US presidential election is approaching, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump intensified their efforts to sway undecided voters, especially in swing states. Both the candidates are campaigning intensively through the crucial battleground states that will determine the winner in what polls indicate is a tight race. Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris campaigned in Michigan on Sunday, while her Republican rival Donald Trump visited 3 key eastern battleground states in the final stretch of the election. A latest poll indicating Harris leading in a state Trump won comfortably in the last 2 elections has raised the possibility of an unexpected result, although another survey showed her trailing there. Meanwhile, over 41 million Americans have already cast their votes in early voting before Election Day. This election appears to be one of the most closely fought races in recent memory. The highly anticipated US election is scheduled for tomorrow. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
I see it here.
102.5.
All right, where are we at a few minutes after 8 o'clock? Traffic still continuing in the city this morning. It is busy coming off of the Eastern Bypass. Not quite sure why that's so crazy this morning, but it's going towards North Airport Road and looks like it's going to continue all the way from the Ruai Junction, literally through towards the Cabanas interchange. We're also seeing some of that traffic affecting Mombasa Road traffic as it's trying to find its way out towards Capital Centre. It's going to slow down as well. It's busy in the Donholm area, all of this touching, then coming in through towards Outer Ring. Very busy on that part. On the Thika Superhighway, coming in from Garden City, heavy. Kiambu Road also in both directions, busy as well, into the CBD. Uhuru Highway taking on some of this. James Gishuru, very busy, crossing over to the Red Hill Link Road. And all other parts, we'll look more into that in a bit. Share with us where you are in case you're stuck, and we'll spread the word. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
On to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation at 7 minutes after 8. Ndu, what is Kenya's number one private bank?
That would be Stanbic. And so what it is that you're looking for in terms of comfortability when you know it applies to everything that you do banking, right? We understand that ambition never stops. Where do you want to go in the future? What are the things that you want to do? So your one financial partner is going to walk with you. It's your number one private bank. It's offering you high tailored relationships driven approach to banking for executives like yourself, looking at things that you want to make sure that you achieve regardless of what the temperatures are in the economy. It has recently won the best private bank, and it's also making sure that your global financial experience can be localized as well as made global. It's more than banking. It's building a legacy for you and basically everything you touch.
Very good. Very good. Nothing more to say. Very, very good. Very, very good. City, please remind people, if you want to go for the official Study in Ireland fair on the 9th of
November
this month,
yes,
at Gallant Mall, Parklands.
Yes.
What do you need to do?
Well, what you need to do is register, really. And the entry to that fair is by invitation only. And the only way you get the invitation is if you register. Okay? And how do you register? Well, you go to cradle.com. And how do you spell cradle? CRAYDEL. And this will open you up to all manner of possibilities. Direct access to top universities. You will be able to discover Ireland's career opportunities. And significantly, you will be able to get expert advice and guidance on visas and the applications thereof. Evo
too.
Evo.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good. So, we have very many changes that are happening in the country. We have a new deputy president, freshly minted, Abrake. In fact, he even came with a new name, Abrake. That's his name.
So every time we have a deputy president, we must give them.
Yeah.
We had Rikiji, now we have
Now it's Abrake.
Okay.
Abrake. That's what the president baptized him. His name is Abraham.
I got it.
Kindiki.
I was just wondering if he's the one who came up with it or somebody.
And it's the president who said, "Let me call you Abrake, for I shall give you the name Abrake."
From Abram to Abraham.
Yes,
Okay.
from Kithure to Abrake. All right, and we have all these changes that are happening in the country, and we still wait for some more changes to come. We are joined by the Member of Parliament for Homa Bay Town, the Honourable George Peter Kaluma. Good morning, Peter.
Morning, Latiff.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
You are, eh?
I am.
You happy?
I'm very happy.
The last time you were here, we were talking about experts joining the government.
Yes.
From your ranks.
Yes.
And also now the reorganization of the leadership of the National Assembly.
Yes.
Uliangukiwa na kakitu ama?
No, I'm already at a very comfortable place.
Very good.
There can be no bigger place than being a member of parliament. You now see Latiff, members of parliament can remove the deputy president.
Just like that.
Just like that. and you know, members of parliament can also remove the president by impeachment. So I don't know what other thing you'd want me to do, but really I love where I am, and I love the service I'm giving our country there.
You're not rewarded with anything.
In what manner?
Representation is the highest
The
reward.
leadership banner of the house.
This is the highest reward.
Representing the people of Kenya is the highest
people of Kenya.
Ever achievable award.
Yes.
All 349.
And it takes all of them to remove you if they were to remove you in an election. If I were to leave that to go into those ones you think would be reward like appointive officers, and a person wakes up in the morning and I'm not in office. You see, it cannot be. I don't think, Latiff, it can be any better than being a member of parliament.
Okay. Welcome to the conversation.
Great.
Titi?
Yes.
The proverb. This week we are in the Africa.
Yes, we are in the Africa, but the part is what we call south of the Sahara.
Okay.
We were in the Maghreb in the previous weeks, but now we will be in Africa south of the Sahara. Yes, and the country that we are in, or the country from whence we will be getting our proverbs, is the DRC, République Démocratique du Congo. Yeah? I'm close to getting it right. Huh?
Parfait.
Parfaitement. Firewood burns as long as it is not wet. A good man triumphs only when he is just.
Firewood burns as long as it's not wet.
Yes.
A good man triumphs only when he is just. What's the interpretation of this one?
The interpretation of the first line is in the second line. If you are fair and just, you would remain a good man. A fire would only burn if it is not wet.
Yeah.
I mean, it is so literal. Unless you are thinking of a context other than the literal context in which we would put it. But it encourages people to be of good virtue and goodwill. Yeah.
Okay. So as we speak right now, Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, I don't know whether he's come back to Nairobi, but for the weekend he went back home and he was chilling there with his family. He was removed through impeachment that started in the National Assembly that was confirmed in the Senate. And the grounds were several that were brought by MP Mange Mutuse. But if we looked at the response in the National Assembly and in the Senate, there was the constitutional legal grounds for removing, gross violation, this and the other. And then there was the political side of it. And the political side of it, from what we were just hearing across, was on the issue of promotion of tribalism. Am I right?
No, promotion or advocating a negative ethnicity, regional exclusion of some parts of Kenya. It's not a political ground, it's a constitutional ground. Latiff, if you look at Article 10 of our Constitution, you discover that there lies the soul of the Constitution and the soul of our governance. Article 10 speaks to what national values and principles of governance we have in Kenya. And by the way, that provision is very emphatic, that they bind upon all state officers, all public officers, and everybody whenever they are dealing with the Constitution. And those national values are things like non-discrimination, equality of all citizens and all Kenyans. You're dealing with matters like patriotism, national unity. You're dealing with democracy and participation of the people, devolution, and the sharing of resources. And then you look at something like devolution and sharing of resources, you see then a whole chapter on it, later on, integrity, accountability, and all those issues. Gachagua, therefore, was removed from the office of Deputy President, largely for violation of Article 10. And if you noted my presentation, I would have wished that he picked from what I said when I spoke in the National Assembly before the Honorable Mutuse replied, and then before we went thereafter, to vote. But I told Gachagua to look more at ground one of that motion and to not be too distracted to those matters, financials, properties, and other things. Because you noted even when the motion was already in the House, when he called the media, it was more on property, his brother's property, shares, companies, and those other things. I can tell you that the ground that was sending Gachagua home was that ground one, violation of Article 10. And the manner in which he violated that provision cannot be said to be political. It was repetitive. It had become his habit wherever he goes. I can tell you as late as when we went for the homecoming of Mbadi, Wandai. That is the language Gachagua was speaking.
Which one?
I don't know. This one of ethnic exclusion. I don't know whether you remember Gachagua saying when we were at the homecoming of Wandai, that Wandai charity begins at home. Don't go loitering in other parts of Kenya, lighting electricity up. Start with, Sidindi, which is his own village. Be done with Ogunja, then Siaya, then you can move out. And you remember the president came after Gachagua and reminded Wandai that he had been appointed a cabinet secretary for Kenya, not for his village. So in terms of this one, it had become too repetitive. It had become too wanton. It had become unashamed. You can imagine the deputy president. I don't know whether you remember the video where I was speaking with the Taita Taveta people. People are saying, Your Excellency, we need such and such development. And you look at them in the eye as fellow countrymen, and you tell them, you guys, when hisa ilikuwa inanunuliwa, you wasted your vote in Azimio. Wait for 2027. Wakati ambapo hisa tena itafunguliwa. Kwa wakati huu, mimi ndio niko na record ya hisa na hamna anything. How can you tell people that way, people of a country? And I can tell you, when you look at that national unity, non-discrimination and equality, this sits at the very foothold of a nation. Okay. The idea that you equally own everything in a nation and you equally share in them. And if you look at the architecture, lawyers come here and I hear them telling you the design architecture of the Constitution. Think about it. But really, the national values and principles of governance, which I'm telling you today, is the soul and spirit of our Constitution, informs the design of the Constitution throughout. Okay. It means the people of Kenya sitting at Bomas identified those things which were, hurting our being a nation. Indeed. And when you walk through the Constitution on this equality, it was equality in terms of public appointments and resources. Resources were being centralized. So they are saying there will be devolution. Allow me to if you look at articles, like Article 232 on public appointments, you therefore get stipulations. Those ones I was discussing here last time. All ethnic groups, minorities, persons with disability must be integrated. Why? Because after election, Kenya belongs to all of us.
Okay. The Constitution of Kenya, Constitution of any nation, in the minds of many people, essentially is a reflection of the minds of the people of the country. So those reflections have been collected over time. Experts in constitutionalism have then come and put the letter to the idea and then have now put it into a document which will now be the binding laws and principle for the nation, right? But essentially it's the reflections of the minds of people.
Yes.
Could it be that the former deputy president was expressing verbally what is in the minds of many people, practicing what has come to be known by many people as Trumpism, for example, whereby a man is actually speaking the minds of people who may not want to actually say it out loud, but then once he does or she does, then it's met with rapt applause and people actually saying, yeah, this is actually what we want. Is it possible that is what was happening?
Only one law in any country is called the Constitution. And what does it mean? It constitutes the country. It is what defines the territory and the people of a nation. And that is why in constitution making it is not just about experts sitting, but you have what we call a constituent assembly. An assembly, a representative section of a people, coming up with views on behalf of the people to constitute the nation. And I can tell you Kenya is the only country in the world where we have what we call national values and principles of governance in the constitution. Why? Because it is possible we've had situations where, in spite of this being known to be ideals we can live by, people do their own things, and that is why we wrote them down.
Okay.
So I would tell you that we may want to excuse what the deputy president was doing by saying he could have just been, verbalizing what is in the minds of people. Okay. But really, those people sat down and reflecting on those issues, said these things could be within anybody, but it cannot be our value as a nation. Okay. And anybody, engaging in them is not fit to be in public office. And that is, why Gachagua fell.
I can hear you. So what's the difference between what he said, like you said on numerous occasions, and what you said, written by your hand? And I'm just going to read that.
Yes.
Let all communities of Kenya get their due constitutional share of public service appointments. The position of Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government should go to a Luo. Luos are the greatest defenders of human rights and fundamental freedoms.
Yeah, the difference is in the first line of that statement. I've said...
Should I read it again?
All communities... Yeah, you may read it again.
Let all communities of Kenya get their due constitutional share of public service appointments.
Constitutional share. And that due constitutional share is defined in Article 232. Our constitution does not say we are not ethnic groups. Actually, our constitution recognizes that Kenya as a nation and Kenya as a state is made up of distinct ethnic groups. And Article 232, dealing with the values of public service specifically now, say that when you are composing public service, all ethnic communities shall have their due share, must be integrated. Okay? So I'm just retreating what is in Article 232.
So if what I'm not doing,
is what Gachagua was doing, which is okay, to advocate preference to an ethnic community or region in a manner that just get it, in a manner that excludes
I'm going
the
to
others.
Repeat what
in a manner that excludes the others. I'm not saying others be excluded.
Sorry,
please read.
So that I can
How many positions of interior CS do we have in this country?
One.
Okay.
The position of Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of the National Government should go to a Luo.
Yes.
I'm going to read the second part, but I just want a clarification.
Yes.
Is Luo an ethnic grouping in Kenya?
The Luo is an ethnic community.
It's an ethnic community?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Can it also be called a tribe?
Yes.
Or no?
Yes. It is a tribe.
I'm just making sure.
Yes.
Luos are the greatest defenders of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Have you not...
I've spoken to a virtue among Luos which you cannot hide from, which I believe qualifies a Luo. I'm not saying other Kenyans should not have. But I'm saying on this one, based on what they fight for, and they are known to fight for most, give it to a Luo. But remember, the overriding sentence is in the first sentence. This is after every ethnic community has gotten their due constitutional share. And you should be asking, therefore, in terms of the sharing of the cabinet, how many Luos do we already have? Because we are talking of interior largely because it is the vacant one.
But don't you already have?
I think we have one. We have one. And I'm just saying we could have more. If going by the ratios around the
you have one what?
You have one
cabinet secretary.
One cabinet secretary that
Yes.
is Luo.
Yes.
So you
One
want
member,
another one?
One member.
Yeah,
of
we can have another one.
Kalum.
We can have
You're
another
saying there is one member of the cabinet
who is a Luo.
out of the 25 cabinet members. One is Luo.
Yes.
Who's that?
That is Opio and I.
What are the others?
You want me to count for you the other cabinet secretaries?
Yeah. What is that? The Attorney General.
The Attorney General is not a cabinet secretary.
Is she Luo? She is a member of the
She
cabinet.
is not a cabinet secretary. She's a member of the cabinet.
She's a member. That's what I said. Out of the 25 members of the cabinet.
Yeah, no. Then we have two. Then we have two.
You have two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the National Treasury is not Luo.
No, the National Treasury is from the Soba minority. The Sobas, of course, live within Luos, but it's not a Luo. Actually, Sobas are Bantus. This is what people don't understand. But remember, the Constitution also speaks to the idea that minorities must also be integrated. That Article 232.
I want you to be able to help.
I know you are talking about Mbadi.
Yeah,
it's not Luo, it's Soba.
Mweshimi, I want you to be able to help us understand how what you are propagating here is different from what anybody else would say when they say, you know what, it's about time that we had a CS who is tighter, or the Mijikenda. And we believe that we are the most peace-loving people in the country, and by virtue of that, or by dint of that, we should get CS position in one.
In fact, let me tell you,
or
Ndu, if they said that way...
If you'll allow me... Or what you also accused, and everybody else, by the way, the former deputy president of doing by secluding or, ring fencing a particular group of people and saying that, we are card-carrying members because we voted in a particular direction. What is the difference between what you do now and what he did, or what anybody else in the future would come out and say, we want because we are from here?
No, the difference is very big. I don't know why you are struggling to see it.
No, please help me. Please.
Our constitution entitles all ethnic communities to integration in government. And remember, I started here by telling you that all Kenyans are in government, but we are in different political parties. And I'm saying this too because as late as this weekend, I was somewhere in Mwingi North, and some of my colleagues were saying, don't register into Chief Shah. Those are for Ruto government. I mean, the government of Kenya is one, but we are in different political formations. What I'm saying is that when you look at our constitution, it allows us to speak about ethnicities, ethnic groups, ethnic communities, and it entitles ethnic communities to portions of resources and government. In fact, it is a requirement of the Constitution. So in the first instance, if the Mijikenda, the example you gave, came and said, we are the peace-loving people, we need this. So long as they are not saying everybody else should not get, they are speaking the language of the Constitution.
Oh, because you said nobody else should not get, then it's okay.
Yes, yes.
Did Gachagua ever say nobody should get?
I'm saying, read the first line. The ethnic community.
Did Gachagua ever say nobody should get?
Yeah.
Did Gachagua even tell Opio Wandai that do stop any power transmission project anywhere, start with your village?
Latiff, you've answered the question.
Did he?
I gave you the example of Gachagua speaking in Taita Taveta and telling them to their face when they are crying for various kinds of developments that you didn't vote for this government. Wait for 2027 when the buying of shares will again be opened in that market called elections, and we'll take care of you there. For now, no going there. But you remember Gachagua, the videos which were showed Latiff.
That was the deputy president speaking where? in Taita
Taveta.
Right?
And you can imagine how brazen it would be.
No.
Yeah.
He had gone to Taita Taveta.
Yes.
Was he going there to pick the projects that were initiated there to take them to his backyard?
Certainly not.
Okay.
Certainly not.
Was he
but
going
remember,
there?
you are the deputy president.
Was he there doing government work?
Certainly, yes.
Okay.
There is no time he was no deputy president.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he ever say the position of X should go to somebody from Madeira?
No, that one was now about resources.
Because the Madeira people are good advocates.
Yes. The latter one, you remember what he said in Nandi, and I don't know whether you remember Kericho also, where he was saying is the one checking the line of people seeking whatever at State House.
Appointments.
And he will be removing those who didn't vote. As this is what we are talking about. When you go beyond advocating for shares for ethnic groups, which is constitutional, to saying people should be excluded, then you find yourself afoul of the Constitution and you cannot be forgiven. So there is no politics on this. And I can tell you, we like politicizing so many things, but the removal of Gachagua straight on its face was a constitutional endeavor, and I'm very happy it did happen.
City, are you seeing the point?
I'm seeing it very clearly.
There's a difference
There
between saying,
yes, there is a difference.
This position should go to this community.
Yes.
And saying, if you do not vote, then you're not going to get an appointment.
It is, you've said it, if you consider what Mheshimiwa is stating as a constitutional matter, then this is my take on it. Our constitution is a bit hypocritical in this sense. You are actually saying that you can promote the benefits, you can speak about benefits that should accrue to a community. But at the same time, they're saying you should not exclude others. Now, by simply advocating for the inclusion or the benefits to accrue to a certain community, you are, again, in that process, excluding others. Now, Gashagua's problem is not excluding. He stated it. The things he said could be seen to mean that he was actually advocating for the exclusion of others. You see? Now, that's why I'm saying there's a problem. Because already by saying you can advocate for benefits to a community, you've already, I'm saying, by virtually saying that, what you've done is you've excluded others. But they're also suggesting don't talk about excluding others, whereas in reality you have already excluded others. That's where the hypocrisy comes in.
Let me tell you how Malaysia has done it.
A member of the National Assembly is not advocating for example, the appointment of the first Jibana into cabinet, right? Or somebody from the Rendile community into cabinet, right? But he's saying that it's okay, those ones can go and speak for themselves.
Yes.
I, as a member of the National Assembly, am speaking for the Luo.
Yes.
I don't get it.
Latiff, let me tell you. Latiff, this is what Article 1, it will take a second to read. Sub-Article 1 of Article 232, dealing with values and principles of public services. It says, the values and principles of public service include representation of Kenya's diverse communities and affording adequate and equal opportunities for appointment, training and advancement at all levels of public service of men and women, the members of all ethnic groups and persons with disabilities. You get what we are talking about. So you can talk about ethnic groups and whether they are being catered for. And that is why when I was here last time, I was telling you the manner in which this cabinet was formed immediately after elections was unconstitutional. Because you remember it was largely a cabinet of two ethnic formations in a community of over 44. That was not to say, and cannot be equated to what I'm saying now, that really this community should have their share. I'm saying within these ethnic considerations, consider this community. Okay. And I've given you the qualification as to why that community should be considered.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're not promoting what you are advocating for then. Because if you are, then you'd be looking at the 25 and saying, can these 25 represent as many ethnic communities as possible? Now, if there are 2 Luo ethnic communities, start by acknowledging that.
I like the debate.
There is 2 out of 25.
In the cabinet. I like that dimension, and that is what we need to negotiate. And that is why I was telling you, Latiff, that I wanted us to see how, nations like the Malaysia people have gone beyond a constitutional prescription. They have a similar provision. But beyond this, they have a law now defining ethnic proportions. And this is at all cadres and levels of government. So that you're told, if, for instance, you're a Luo, if we have this number of appointments to make in an office, you can only get this. And I can tell you, I agree with you, if we reached that level, then it would be untenable to have a cabinet of 25 in a nation of over 44 ethnic communities, where a single ethnic community has one.
And then
you
we
get
could get to the place where we start to imagine that perhaps appointments would be hinged on things like merit and excellence, and not necessarily just tribal affiliation.
Unfortunately, for our constitution, if you look at Article 232, in fact, it says, subject to that provision I read to you, merit will be a consideration, meaning merit comes after the balancing, because the nation belongs to all. Yeah, and we don't want this thing that you tell us that competences are only in the corner of, Latiff's clan.
It's basically saying
can't allow
that yes, if you look at Dorcas Oduor and any other people that we are considering for the position of Attorney General, they have the basic qualification. At least, do they understand the law? Right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's 25 minutes to 9. Let's take a break. The Honorable Peter Kaluma is our guest this morning. We are looking at, the new formations and the reorganizations in government and what that means. It's 24 minutes to 9. Did I just say that?
Yes, you did.
Very good. Very good. So as we do this, during this break, check out your phone, go to Google Play and download Tala. Why, City?
Well, look at it this way. If you are someone who never has emergencies, or when you have emergencies, they are catered for fully, then you don't need Tala. But if you're somebody who has emergencies of a financial nature, which from time to time come at the time when you least expect them, then Tala is a good companion. Why? Because they will afford you that financial assistance at a time and at the place when you most need it, and you don't have very many other options.
Very good.
The Tala app you're talking about is the Tala Loan App Kenya.
That one.
The financial, digital financial services.
Yes, that one.
This would be very good for politicians like us.
Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Yes, and registered with the Data Commission of Kenya.
Yes.
18 degrees, highs of 27 and lows of 16 in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 14 in Nakuru. And it's 20 and sunny in Nyeri, going to highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 25 in a sunny Eldoret at 18. Partly sunny at 28 in Mombasa with highs of 32, while Malindi at 29 is sunny with highs of 32. Kisumu at 24 is sunny, highs of 30, while Kakamega is sunny at 23, going to highs of 30. After the morning rains in Kampala, it's 22 and cloudy with highs of 29, while Dar es Salaam is mostly sunny at 26. We'll see highs of 31. Johannesburg at 24, sunny with highs of 32 and lows of 18, while Mogadishu at 30 is sunny with highs of 33. 16 and sunny in Addis Ababa, going to highs of 23, while it's cloudy at 24 in Lagos. We'll see highs of 33 and highs of 32 in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa at 23. All right, we are still in traffic hour this morning, quite some of it in most parts of the city. A quick look at what's coming up off of the Red Hill Link Road, traffic trying to get onto Waiyaki Way, as well as traffic coming off of James Gishuru, also trying to get onto Waiyaki Way. Thigiri Ridge and Peponi Road, Kitisuru Road, out towards Limuru Road, very busy this morning. I'm still looking at Ring Road, Kileleshwa, with quite some traffic. Just look at what's coming off from Zima Springs, joining with James Gishuru. Uhuru Highway is one big mess. If you can avoid it, for example, use Rilo Odinga Way and take Valley Road into the city. If you're on Mombasa Road and you stay on Mombasa Road from Capital Centre out towards Haile Selassie, it might be a crying story right now. Landis is busy coming off of Jogo Road, so we are still in traffic hour proper. A quick look at what's coming off of the Eastern Bypass. We had some traffic going out towards North Airport Road and touching on the Cabanas interchange. That still continues for now. Let's keep an eye on all of this and see what happens as we come through towards the end of traffic hour. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
It is 19 minutes to 9. Kenya's biggest conversation continues with George Peter Kaluma, the MP for Homa Bay Town. And so we have seen the changes in government. Now we have Professor Kithure Kindiki, PhD, as Deputy President to deputize William Ruto, PhD, as President. Is there going to be a difference from where you sit in how the executive behaves?
Kithure Kindiki is, of course, not an angel. You've seen what people are saying about his tenure as interior CS. But I think a good warning shot has been sent by the representatives of the Kenyan people in both houses of parliament, that where he is and where any of us is, so long as you're a state officer or a public officer, you have to keep to some values, or there are consequences which we will not hesitate, the Kenyan people will not hesitate to deal with. Even for ourselves, the people of Kenya will have us on the dining table in 2027 if we play around. There is also the room for recall, which has been made very flexible. So my hope is that we have a more collegial, executive at the top. We had situations where the president is addressing the nation from this end, the deputy president is also addressing the nation differently from the other end. We had situations where the president leaves the country and the deputy president immediately embarks on rallies around his ethnic community, inciting them against his own government. We want a more harmonious, relationship, going forward. And I think that is what we were talking about, collective, responsibility within the cabinet. There is still, of course, a lot to be done. You remember we are just done with the cabinet secretaries in terms of reorganizations of the government or the cabinet. There was a lot we still expect to be done at the level of principal secretaries going down. I've been advocating inclusion of all sections, regions, and people of Kenya in government. And I can tell you, look at the tweets I've been posting. Whenever I post them, even that one you are referring to, you'll see people, forwarding or posting in response the ethnic formation and dominance by particular communities in various sectors. If you go to PSS, going to parastatals and going downwards. So I think those must still be looked at. We cannot have a situation, Latiff, where when you come to principal secretaries, we're about 50, somewhere around there, you have a single ethnic community has 16, when, some have none at all. That engenders the feeling of inequity among Kenyans.
Okay.
And disunites us. So I wish, Kindiki well. I hope they will be more harmonious, and I hope they will sit, because I want to think that it was Gachagua who was telling the president, it must be this way. These were our shares. So Kindiki going in, the warning shot is, and I think has been shot. And the first task, you should start with the president, is how to bring all Kenyans on board. We want, the principal secretary's position to be reorganized and all those, going down, so that all Kenyans can feel they truly belong to their country.
Are you saying that is what has made Kenyans not get the service that they deserve from their government? Is that what the feedback from the National Assembly is? That in your oversight, you, for example, as a member of parliament who said your biggest job there is being in the National Assembly, that in your analysis of the last 2 years and hearing the complaints and the feedback from the public, your diagnosis of this problem is that it is because of the composition of the cabinet and the principal secretaries that people are complaining about access to healthcare, access to education. People are complaining about access to financial services, access to credit. People are complaining about cost of living going high. It's all because of the composition.
No, it is not all. Of course, composition is one of them. But I can tell you, at the level of being a member of parliament, we have so many issues to deal with in the country, and I cannot agree with you more. The fact of the matter is that our economy is not doing very well. We've been operating as a country for quite some time without a proper taxation regime. Remember, there was a time the 2024 Finance Act, was withdrawn by the president upon rejection by the people. The 2023 Act had also been collapsed by the courts. The revenue, collection measures have not been very tidy. We have a very big challenge around health, and Latiff, I'm happy you are bringing it. What I would want to request, Kenyans, is not to politicize everything. Let me say, as a member of parliament, that NHIF, as good as it may have been, or as bad as it were, is no longer there and is dead. We have Kenyans now registering under, do we call it SHA? Something like that. Let me use this platform to encourage all Kenyans to register, because we've seen so many Kenyans not registering, but going to, public hospitals or even private hospitals to seek, treatment. You will not be treated unless you are registered, you see, and you fail at that level. When you register and you go for treatment and it is not given, also complain so that we know. That way we can address the systemic, weaknesses within the system, so that we have this thing going. But you see, you get so many leaders. You go even to Twitter. Leaders are still saying, Kenyans don't register. This is SHA. This is Adani. The fact of the matter is that NHIF is no longer there, and it was an act of parliament which brought this new regime. Let us register. Let us then, very actively address the weaknesses around, the system, but based on experiences of the people. The education system, Latiff, is struggling a big way. In fact, I'm happy you look at my tweets sometimes where I'm one person who does not believe this competency-based curriculum is working for Kenyans. We have children being taught by a single teacher, a whole school. And largely when you walk to those schools in my oversight, they're just on holiday there. I don't know why we couldn't just tweak the system we had a little to make it more practical and make it more modern. This one is a weaker KCSE system, weak because we are teaching KCSE without facilities. So you go to Turkana and children are being taught how to swim on dust there, and you see them throwing dust like many people. On a day of innovation, you go to all streets in the country, the only innovation all Kenyan children are being, presented to be thinking about is wheelbarrow and garbage collection. So you get people who dead, children in Turkana, children, from Latiff's place, City's place, Kaluma. How can it be that all children of Kenya, when they think innovation, is only a wheelbarrow and garbage collection? Garbage collection is not a bad thing, but we can think much more. This system needs rethinking. The funding models at the universities is crazy. I can tell you, Latiff. CDF cannot, give bursaries to all our students. Just a few, I can tell you. If I showed you my phone now, the number of students are still stranded. I have, students of one parent, a very, I don't want to use the word poor, but
economically challenged.
Yeah, economically challenged parent. Very, painful. These are children we were educating using the CDF bursary. We gave them even letters to confirm these two kids were, in fact, being educated through the Constituency Development Fund, bursary. But, one is in Band 1, the other one is in Band 5. And they're in the same university, and these are twins. So there are things we need to address, and therefore, to cut the long story short, Latiff, we've dealt with the matter of impeachment of Gachagua because it was fundamental we do so. Mm-hmm. It goes to the soul of our nation. But more so for those of us in leadership, we still have so much to address and address quickly for the benefit of the Kenyan people.
It's been 2 years, you haven't done it.
Because one would ask that the speed and alacrity with which we saw the impeachment of the former deputy president happen, that one would crave and demand a situation whereby, look at the picture that you've painted, an education system, for example, that I don't think is struggling. I think it's on its knees and barely crawling to try and make its way across any kind of finish line. So one would ask that Parliament, which bears the responsibility for legislation and oversight over such critical matters, why have we not seen that there has been serious dealing with that matter the way we saw in 2 weeks? The speed and alacrity with which we saw things happening in this country, I don't think has been witnessed in the last 5 years.
No, let me tell you.
So why can't we see a situation where something so critical for the people and children of Kenya cannot be handled when we see things going bad?
Yeah, the changes.
We cannot talk about what's happening at ECDs, which is undercounting. We cannot talk about what's happening at private primary schools. Junior secondary school is a mess even before it started. We are now looking at going into, what do they call those things? Pathways from grade 9. The first grade 9 are starting school in January 2025. We don't know if they'll have classrooms. We don't know if they'll have books. Okay, the president said the other day that they'll have all the books that they need. Teachers went on strike. University dons, last week they said midnight they're not going to work. All of these things happening in one sector. But then we see members of parliament have gathered themselves very fast around
No. Let me tell you, if you look at the motions and the questions being raised by members of parliament on the floor each week, by the way, the dominant number, unlike before when it was, security, are around education. And I can tell you a lot is being, done at the level of Parliament. If you look at changes to the health sector, I think health sector is largely the issue of having a new system and a new law. But I can tell you, we enacted 4 acts of Parliament. It's Parliament which came up with this shape, SHA, and other issues. And if you remember presentations, I was personally questioning, for instance, why would we have a shape or SHA, then a member of Parliament or other state officers, city, are insured by a private sector? It's privatization of public funds. You get what I mean? Why don't we all be insured by that SHA shape and be obligated to all be going for treatment in public hospitals? That way, we can also fight for the upgrade. I'm saying it would be wrong to say, as representatives of the people, we are doing nothing. That's why in the area of health, for instance, I'm clear in my mind, if people registered, people tested it, and gave reactions in terms of how it's working, we would be, developing it as it goes.
But people are giving reactions today. Come on, Mweshimiwa. People are giving reactions. When Shif and Shah came into being, October 1st, was it not 1st? People are lining up in different places. They cannot get access to healthcare. People have liver disease and are trying to kidney and trying to get dialysis, could not get there.
There was a challenge. There was a challenge with registration.
We can't say that Kenyans are not complaining about it.
there was a challenge, and that is why I'm saying, there was a challenge with registration. One, at the level of the people. So you are sick, you've not registered, but you need treatment. Number two was about systems. You get what I mean? That registration system was not working in various places. I can tell you, I was with the president, when was that? About 2 weeks ago in Moiben. I was shocked in that constituency, in that area where we were. The registration numbers had not reached 15% of the people who are registered, okay, under NHIF. So it is the fear of the unknown and the testing of new things.
No,
that is why I started.
Mistrust.
Yes.
So
that is why I came
to tell you what it is.
Yes.
It is failure by Parliament that we have given the job of oversighting. You have come up with 4 new laws. These 4 new laws are overhauling our healthcare system, right? And you have said, so here are the laws. Those laws don't have an implementation plan, one, or anything towards implementation and what needs to happen. But as the implementation is going on, the body in charge of oversighting is not asking the questions. Where are we in making sure that people will not suffer? The body in charge of oversighting is not asking the questions even then. You are explaining and trying to give an excuse on behalf of the executive. Oh, it's a systemic issue. Or, it's the challenges of registration. Why were there only less than 15% of people in Moiben who had registered? Did they know
Latiff,
about it?
Number
Had
one,
they been facilitated to register? Those are the questions you should be asking. You should not be acting shocked.
You see, Latiff, I agree with you in part. In part because the law-making process involves the participation of the people. So as we were making these laws, people knew. What we have is the problem of the fear of the unknown. We have a large bulk of Kenyans, and I believe we can do a bit of more advocacy. That is why, Latiff, I came. And remember the first sentence I made when the question was raised is people should register. I'm not in the executive, but I'm saying that as a representative of the people. And I'm telling you, people should register. When you register, we know if there is a problem with registration. When you register and seek medication or treatment and it is not given, we know then, the challenge. But we have this situation where people already know NHIF no longer exists and people refuse to register because of the bad politics.
Do they know that NHIF no longer exists?
They know. They know.
How do they know?
I mean, we repealed the NHIF Act.
Yeah, you did that in Parliament. How did the people in Moiben know that NHIF no longer exists and that come 1st of October, SHA will be in operation?
The parliamentary process involves the public at all levels, from the beginning to the end, and so it is presumed they know.
So you're certain that the people of Moiben knew, only that they ignored to register?
Yeah, there is also a bit of, propaganda which is interfering with the minds of the people as they register.
And you're sure about this?
You know this Shah and Sheikh, You've heard the issues of Adani, Shah, Adani. So some people are like, could there be a change? I can tell you as late as this weekend when I was in Mwingi North, remember I started by telling you, my colleagues from that region are telling people not to register. And I'm like, how then do you want the people to be treated when they're sick?
But even before,
you get what I'm talking about. So there is
before the name of Adani came into this conversation, there was a lot of unclarity in this Shah and Shia. I mean, there were explanations about it, and the questions that were being asked.
He doesn't know what people are registering to. He says Shah, Shif. He doesn't know. He wrote the law.
The health cover is called Shah, but the regime of law is Shif.
You see?
Okay.
So if the person who made the law is not clear on whether you're registering to Shah or Shif, how do you expect the person in Moiben to have
Latiff, when you go there, all you say is that I want to register for public cover, and it will be under Shah. The regime of law is called Shif. The social health insurance, fund.
Mheshimiwa, why do you think Kenyans don't trust this? Because that's what we're dealing with here. We're not talking about whether Kenyans are looking to go to hospital and get treated. When something like this comes about that has passed through the belly of Parliament, right? Over and over again, has been given a clean bill of health, no pun intended. Why do you think Kenyans don't trust? Because that's what we're dealing with here.
Let me be truthful. The trust levels of Kenyans in the current and even the previous government has been going down and down, okay? I'm saying has been going down and down because it is not a sole situation. You look at all over the world, the Americans are having elections tomorrow. You know what they are saying about the Biden-Harris administration, howsoever they are going to vote. You know what I mean? So the trust level is low. That is not to, take it for granted. But for us in leadership to check why could this situation be there.
Have you checked?
Okay. Have you checked?
Yes, and I can tell you we are checking. This is why I told you. There is a way in which I don't think Kenyans truly, love their country the way they should. I'm talking here and in the context of fellow leaders like the ones I was telling you about. And you are in parliament, you're the one who passes law, and then you go to your people who should be benefiting from the structures created in the law, telling them, don't comply. You get what I mean?
Oh, so they don't trust because they don't love Kenya. That's what you're saying?
No. The level of patriotism, and it is a value, should be encouraged to go a bit much up. You get what I mean? You are telling the common person not to register, yet you, as a member of parliament, is covered by another private insurer, maybe Old Mutual somewhere, and is getting treated in private facilities. Ask and do. Ask and do.
We have to end
I mean, let us be serious. Why should Aga Khan Hospital or Nairobi Hospital have better facilities than Kenyatta National Hospital or any other hospital?
That's the question that they asked in Parliament.
Of the house.
And we are asking these questions. We are asking, but encourage Kenyans really to register.
George Kaluma, Member of Parliament, Homa Bay Town, 9 a.m. news time.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lam Ubaga. And as written examinations kick off today, that is English and Chemistry Paper 1, Education CS Julius Migo says a number of individuals found culpable of exam cheating have been arrested in Eldoret. Speaking in Kibra, Nairobi, Migos has now called on the judiciary to ensure that individuals are dealt with swiftly in order to tame the vice that has destroyed the education sector over the years.
If you find anybody who is disobeying the regulations that we've laid down, report those people so that action can be taken immediately. You saw on KCSE last week, we had a few people arrested in Eldoret, and we've requested the judiciary to ensure that within the next 1 month or so, that case should be completed. The question of extending hearings for 6-7 years is not going to augur well for us, because it's a straightforward case. Let it be completed so that those who are found to be guilty can face the penalties. That way, we can deter the rest of the people who are intending to engage themselves in malpractices.
He further said that they'll ensure that this year's exam results will be the true image of each candidate's performance.
We are not going to bend, we are not going to withdraw, we are not going to apologize for insisting that we need to have credible examinations in this country. Education is key. So to come and affect this sector is affecting the whole country. So all of us from ICT, from Interior, from TSC, from every sector. So let us all do the right thing to ensure that we give these children of ours a chance. You can imagine when somebody comes out and he knows this is actually my actual grade, not cooked, not fake.
Speaking in Kikuyu Interior, PS Monomolo says that so far they've not received any security concerns since the national exams kicked off across the country.
So as we go through this exercise, you can always count on our support. And from the security sector, I'm happy to note that so far we have not had any major security incident to be worried about. And we expect that this is going to be the situation throughout the rest of the coming days. To the candidates, I'm wishing all of you success. Best wishes from myself and everybody within government.
Now, approximately 25,000 candidates in Trans Nzoia are among the 900,000 pupils who are taking the Form 4 examination KCSE across the country. Among them, 24,000 are from public schools and others from private schools. Trans Nzoia County Commissioner Gideon Oyagi has said that appropriate arrangements have been made for the transportation of exams from containers to various schools that are exam centres.
Sisi kama serikali tukisaidiana na NEC pamoja na maafisa ambayo wanashughulika na mambo ya elimu, tumejiandaa kikamilifu kuhakikisha kwamba wanafunzi wetu wamefanya mtihani. Tumeweka mazingira yafaavyo wanafunzi wetu wasiweze kutatizika kwa njia moja ama nyingine. Tumejipanga vilivyo, tuko na magari ya kutoza, tuko na ofisa wa usalama wa kutoza kusafirisha mtihani kutoka kwa container kwenda kwa mashule.
Oyagi has advised parents to guide the candidates and ensure that they arrive safely at the examination centers, especially now that the area is experiencing rains.
Ni wakati ambao tunaendelea kupokea mvua, short rains. Ni kusihi wazazi ya kwamba hata kama sio mvua kubwa, wahakikishe ya kwamba wanafunzi wamelindwa, wameelekezwa ili wafike kwa shule bila shida yoyote. Tena niseme ya kwamba tukisaidiana na walimu, tukisaidiana na TSC.
And finally, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is now under pressure to form his own political party, a lack of which critics believe contributed to his downfall. Gachagua entered Kenya Kwanza as an individual, unlike his peers who used political outfits to negotiate and cement a deal with President William Ruto. Many observers believe things would have been different had the former DP used a political party to sign a deal with the president. Days after being impeached and a successor sworn in, reality is now dawning on the ex-DP's allies on the mistake they made, and they are now demanding that the former powerful man register a political party. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubag.
A quick look at traffic coming from the Eastern Bypass, going all the way through towards North Airport Road, out towards the Cabanas Interchange. Still very busy this morning. Some of that seeping off of Outer Ring. But that's coming to an end from what we see now. Jogo Road is still busy going towards Landis, but the madness that's happening on Uhuru Highway this morning is easily going towards the 9th Circle of Hell. Crazy traffic. All that being fed from Langata Road, also coming in from Lusaka, Bunyala, Haile Selassie and Gong Road. So that's very busy this morning. Raila Odinga Way, as you get towards the roundabout at the City Mortuary, that's busy. And we're still looking at some traffic coming off of Ring Road Westlands. James Gisher Road, probably the last bits of it as you head towards Red Hill. But Red Hill Link Road inbound towards Waiaki Way is absolutely crazy. Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley is also bumper to bumper. And we're still looking at quite some traffic coming off Peponi Road going towards Limuru Road. So that still happens now. Let's see what happens as we come out of traffic hour. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Eight, 7 minutes after 9. Thank you for keeping it locked in Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. City. Please remind us again about this companion called Tala that you'd like us to download on Google Play.
Well, let's look at it this way. Not everybody needs a companion. But if you are anyone who at some point or the other has been besieged by a financial emergency, then I would say you need a partner. And I'm telling you directly that Tala is that partner that you need. Why? Because emergencies don't announce themselves in advance and say, today I'm coming. It arrives at the most inopportune time, and it puts you in a very, very difficult position. And when it's a financial problem, it more or less holds you by the throat and demands that you address it immediately. If you download Tala, you will then experience a whole new world of financial convenience. Why am I saying this? Tala isn't on those fly-by-night fintechs whose sole aim seems to be to embarrass their borrowers when they have difficulties repaying. Tala is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya, and it is registered to and with the the Data Commission of Kenya.
Very good.
So it means you are in safe hands. Yes.
Yeah. And because we are giving you all the advice on how to manage your finances, right? When you're in an emergency, where can you get, that immediate friend? When you're also planning, because also it's not just in emergencies. You cannot just also be planning on how to run your finances, right? So at this particular point, I will be getting into Tala, borrowing to meet 1, 2, 3 needs. I know at this point I'll be able to pay. So you keep your credit score high as well. Because that is one side of the things that we're telling you. Let's also tell you about the other side, which is pension and preparing for your retirement. And there are very many pension funds available in the country. One of the best is the Taifa Pension Fund, registered and regulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority. So the Taifa Pension Fund is a pension fund for all, tailored to offer a safe and secure way to save for retirement. It's a contracted out scheme receiving tier 2 contributions. It's an umbrella fund that allows members to pool funds, take charge of your future by investing in your retirement with Taifa. Taifa unites Kenyans across all backgrounds, whatever, it doesn't matter. If you're just thinking about and you've gotten to that level where you're now financially aware and retirement is going to come. Sure, as the sun rises in the east, you're growing older every day, and you want to start putting your money towards a trusted retirement pension scheme. The Taifa Pension Fund is the one. How do you get more information? Go to their website, www.taifapensionfund.com. That's www.taifapensionfund.com. Or you can call them on, those are many ones. 4000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4,000. 5 ones, 4,000. Okay? It's by CPF. It's a very big thing. Our next conversation is going to be about corruption and projects. Every time we hear there's a new infrastructure project, just the conversation at the point we ended it with Kaluma, the issue of trust, deficit, government. Government, trust, deficit, public. There's a new project. The first thing people are thinking, so how has this one been contracted? What's going on? When now we go into PPPs, it's a whole conversation altogether. At PPP. So we are giving away this thing to these guys. For how long?
How much?
We are starting to do PPP at somebody will own water dams, and then they'll start selling water to us at whatever price they decide.
No, selling our water.
Our water to us.
Yes.
Because
not just water. He's not coming with his water. It is our water that they want to sell to us. Yeah.
So there's a whole issue about just trying to understand, and that's why we've invited Engineer Howard Mai. He is a civil engineer and an infrastructure contracts professional. Engineer, good morning.
Good morning, Latiff.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Everybody who has seen the poster that we were saying you're coming said, please, if it is Mumero, it is Mutomai.
Mutomai.
Yes. Is that how you pronounce your name?
The name
apostrophe M-A-Y-I.
You pronounce it Mai.
So you pull the
Yes, without Nto.
So it's not Ntomai.
It's not Ntomai.
This is Mai.
What does Nto mean?
Mtoto.
I have no idea.
Murua. Ole.
Son of.
I've heard.
You get it.
I haven't got it.
You got it? Very good. But this one is Mai.
Mai, yes, correct.
Karibu sana, engineer.
Asante sana.
Yeah, that's a hot seat of the Situation Room.
I can feel it.
Very good. City is going to give you the day's proverb.
Okay.
This week we are in the Africa.
We are in the Africa south of the Sahara. The previous weeks we were in the area of the Maghreb. Now, this country that we are going to, should we say, mine proverbs from, is the Democratic Republic of Congo. Okay? They have a president. He's called Felix
Tshisekedi.
Oh, well done. Well done. Well done. Does anybody know who the Prime Minister is? They're usually not known.
No.
It's a lady. Okay? Her name is actually Judith Suminwa. In case you didn't know, they have a prime minister, Judith Suminwa. It's a lady. Okay? And yes, tutawacha hapo, ingine tutasema baadaye, meaning we'll leave it there. Other matters pertaining to the country we'll discuss tomorrow.
Okay.
Firewood burns as long as it is not wet. A good man triumphs only when he is just. It's the same proverb.
Same proverb.
It's not two in one. No. Firewood burns as long as it is not wet. A good man triumphs only when he is just.
Engineer, what's your interpretation?
Let me hear the last part. A good man does what?
Wakes up in the morning. No, a good man triumphs only when he is just.
Okay, firewood burns when it is still wet.
No.
Not wet.
Okay,
when it's not wet.
Let me say it again, bro.
Okay.
Firewood burns as long as it is not wet. Hapo tuko sawa?
Tuko sawa.
As Kenyans say, tuko pamoja?
Yes.
All right. A good man triumphs only when he is just.
Okay. When firewood is dry, it provides the correct environment for combustion. Let me try to be engineering. At the moment you introduce water, and then it interferes with the process of combustion. So at the burning stops. That's why in instances like where wood catches fire, water can be used as an extinguisher to extinguish the fire. On the second part of it, that a good man triumphs
only when he is just.
Only when he is just.
Yes.
This sends me back to some memories of the yesterday's sermon, where someone was preaching about the fruits of the Holy Spirit. The conclusion of that chapter says that against all these fruits, there is no law.
Which book of the Bible? No, he's right.
Yes, it lists the fruits of the Holy Spirit, like love, kindness, self-control, and then at the conclusion, it says against such there is no law. So I would flip that saying against this scripture, that when you do what is right, the law only exists for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Ama namna gani?
Tuko pamoja.
Yes.
Sawa. Ama unasemaje ndu?
Hivyo.
Tuko sawa?
Yes.
Aya, engineer.
Yes.
Recently, we have now the public has started engaging a lot more with the issue of public-private partnerships as a way of infrastructure projects. Previously, we've just been dealing with government-funded projects. Either it's a loan, it's a partnership, it's a multilateral, bilateral agreement, and then it's funded, and that's where the other piece of law comes in. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Is that what it's called?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Now, there's been a whole confusion about these things and seeing the projects coming to fruition. First of all, what's the difference between these two, and especially when it comes to infrastructure projects?
If you allow me, Eric, I would wish to first lay a little bit of a background to construction projects and the questions of the topic of today in the context of projects. And I'll start where Mheshimiwa Kaluma left. I was listening to him, and I was not only listening to him, I was also following the comments. The comments were coming in furious. If you look through the comments, you can tell people are so angry out there. And second thing that comes out very vividly is that there is an extreme trust deficit from the public, almost to the extent that the moment you mention that you are government, trust levels go down as low as 40, 50, 60%.
People look at you differently.
People begin expecting that you are going to bring another lie. And because of this unfortunately is what has been driving conversations about public issues, including the ones like what you've mentioned. When people are discussing PPPs in this country, they don't seem to be driven by the principles that govern these PPPs. Instead, they're driven by emotions. They're driven by how they feel about everything. They're driven by, there's another thing that Mheshimiwa Kaluma said, that the economy is not doing very well. And when an economy is not doing very well, you don't need to explain to people. They feel it. They're able to feel it in their pockets. They're able to feel it when needs are arriving at their tables and they're not able to sort it. So that is the mood with which people come to discuss PPP. And yet PPP itself is something that it has a life of its own. In this sense, one, people have found it difficult to distinguish between PPP and normal contracts. Because, for example, a standard contract, you've mentioned several methods of financing that we've experienced before. Sometimes government collects money and they're able to just engage contractors and that they're able to do jobs. Sometimes government goes for loans, whether they are concessional loans or whether they are preferential buyer credit loans, depending on the circumstances that you are facing at that time. And of course, all these arrangements are subject to established laws within the country. That's what we've known all along, that you get money, you engage a contractor, he does a job, you pay him. And when we begin talking about PPP, the public, even professionals, struggle to distinguish between a normal contract, just a normal construction contract, and that, because PPP is not a construction contract. It's a financing arrangement. From the start. PPP is a financing model and not a construction contract. Inside this financing of infrastructure, there are several things, including the construction contract. So the construction contract is only an element of the entire PPP arrangement.
But the bulk of it is the financing.
The bulk of it is the financing, though that financing comes with lots of other issues. Let me just try to list a few other things that are inside the PPP. You have the construction contract, which normally will come with the EPC contractor inside the contract. You have the question of design. You have the question of supervision, which under normal circumstances will be stand-alone contracts. You have operation, and that operation will run for the duration of the PPP. If you are running a project for 30 years, then you will by all means, you need to have some setup that will be running that entity. And then you have maintenance. These are the standard projects. Once the construction contract ends, the supervision contract has also ended, the design ended sometime, you will be having multiple maintenance contracts for that period of the project life cycle. So if you pick, for example, a road that was done under PPP and a road that was done under normal construction, what was done under normal construction, by the time it reaches the 30th year, perhaps it has serviced not less than 15 maintenance contracts, maybe with different contractors. Now, inside the PPP, you must have this maintenance as part and parcel of that arrangement. So from the word go, when you analyze PPP as though it's a construction contract, you've already really you've already missed the discussion. You've already missed the discussion, and what you are discussing is an orange for a banana. Second thing that I would wish to highlight is that all these arrangements, both the construction contract and its procurement, its maintenance, and what have you, and the PPP, because of that difference that I've tried to bring up, you will notice that the laws that govern them, and these laws are passed by Parliament, the laws that govern them are also distinctly different. For instance, if you are going to procure for a construction contract and you have the money, whether you have it as a loan or as tax you have collected, you are looking at a method of procurement. And the Public Procurement and Disposal Act has got a list of procurement methods, depending again on the circumstances, including what people have popularly referred to as, direct procurement. And a lot of people struggle to interpret. There's a time I was in a forum and I was listening to two honorable members. These are legislators talking about PPP, and they're very angry like every other Kenyan. And this anger is driven by how people feel about the economy. But if you listen to the argument, they didn't seem to draw a distinction between the PPP Act, which is a document they produced, and Public Procurement and Disposal Act, which again is a document that they produced. Because the PPP Act is here to govern this whole idea of an approach of financing a project and then constructing it, bringing it to be and running it and ensuring that someone gets back their money over that period of time. This other law is governing procuring, where you have the money and you're able to pay for the service that you are procuring.
Is there anyone in government who knows the difference between those two?
They know. Why would they not know?
Okay, why do you speak so confidently that they know? What is it that you know that we don't know? Yes.
No, because you know what I'm talking about are laws. They are laws. They are not a creation of Engineer Howard. They are laws that are created by Parliament. They are there. And one thing that you need to know is that the laws of this land, they say that ignorance is not defense in the law. So they are there and they are available for anybody and everybody doing it to get to learn them and to know them and to apply them. But sometimes people may know something and maybe the only struggle they're having is they're struggling to say it. This is a hot seat, Eric said. Someone can reach in this hot seat and they begin struggling to tell the difference between those two laws.
The cat does the thing to their tongue.
Yeah.
Okay. From your experience and just looking at these different projects and how they have been handled from end to end, do you feel that those who are in charge actually act knowing that this is in the best interest of the country? So, for example, when a decision is made that let's go a PPP route and not the PPDA route.
Yes.
That everything, all the dots have been ticked and the T's have been crossed. That thing.
All these things happen in contexts. Projects don't just happen out of the blues. PPP is not a new concept. Today, when we discuss about it in Kenya, it's as though it's a new concept. But in this country, I think there are projects which have been done by PPP. They were finished, they were operated, they were transferred, they were taken over by government, and life moved on.
Give us an example.
A good example is Nyeri Bridge in Mombasa. Have you ever asked yourself why that place called Lights? There is some open space that you can't exactly explain what it used to be for.
Apo Lights, Apo Kengeleni.
Pale lines, pale Kengeleni.
Kengeleni Apo.
Yes. I think that was a toll for Nyeri Bridge. Once the project was handed over back to government, we are still enjoying it today.
Allah,
it's new.
So that was
yes,
PPP
it's a typical example of a PPP then, which ran its full course of lifetime, and now it was handed over back to government. Now government is running it for free, and people are still enjoying it. But coming back to your question, whether people are acting in the interest of the public, and I've mentioned to you that it's all about context. For instance, let me mention one context. In Kenya today, you know that we have a law that governs how much you can borrow.
Yep.
And the limit is placed by the debt to GDP ratio. Once the government has borrowed up to that limit, it becomes difficult for government to borrow any more without breaking the law. And nobody wants to do that when you are in a position of responsibility in government. So, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that needs have ended. The population is still growing. People still need infrastructure. Today, for instance, there has been discussions about what's happening in the energy sector and questions about why we are doing a PPP. But
transmission.
Yes, I've listened, for example, to some of the professionals who are engaged in those projects and the people who are responsible. And one of the message that comes out is that we have a grid, and the grid is struggling with stability. And for us to bring that stability and ensure that people are going to continue getting power without interference, we need to improve the grid by introducing additional lines and substations so that we bring on board stability. Now, that's a context that the person who understands it is that officer that office of the law who has been given powers to make such decisions. Now, he knows that for us to get stable electricity, we need to increase, to improve this grid by these 300 kilometers transmission lines and maybe 10 substations. But when he goes back to his cabinet secretary and he's looking for money, the cabinet secretary goes back to cabinet and they're supposed to make a decision. There is a paper at cabinet level, and this cabinet is bound by the law. They cannot borrow, and they are not able to collect enough to pay the debts at the time when you are supposed to pay it, and at the same time channel money into projects, into doing this transmission line. Because this issue seems to be, time is also pressing on them, because our government, when it comes into place, it makes promises to its people that we are going to do ABCD, and that time does not stop. Once you take that Bible and you swear, the clock starts ticking. So time is not waiting for you. So for someone to overcome that kind of challenges, then the option that they retreat back to is a model of financing that is not going to balloon the public debt, while at the same time it avails resources so that a project can be done within a certain time. So if you look at that context, you are not able to query such situations before you look at the context under which they've worked. And one of the Kenyan contexts is the law that is established and our financial situation.
And the needs.
And the needs.
And the infrastructure needs.
Yes, all of them are coming, and then there is a time factor to all these issues.
So, if all of this is understood from the points of view of those who work on these particular projects, we look at that, which is brick and mortar. You know that, if there's a paper that's...
It looks straight.
It looks straightforward, absolutely.
Yes.
It looks straightforward, and that there's a document that's supposed to be adhered to. But then when you inject the element of humans,
yes,
why does it always seem as though something might go off?
This whole idea of as I said, from the beginning, is the mood with which people are commenting about these issues. This mood clouds judgment. That mood clouds judgment.
Okay.
That mood clouds judgment, and you see, someone could be pissed off because he feels that this thing was said somewhere, it didn't turn out to be right. And when he says it didn't turn out to be right, it depends on what they've been exposed to as the information they have access to. Sometimes you don't have full information. So when you don't have full information, you are bound to comment based on what you have received, what you've seen. Let me give you an example. When we started this discussion, it's a corruption in projects. Are we boxing shadows? And from my standpoint, I think by and large, we have been boxing shadows, and sometimes it consumes a lot of our collective energy to a point that we waste energy and resources fighting things that do not add value to the fight. Sometimes I feel like investigations into corruption scandals, quote unquote, end up losing more money than the contracts we are trying to look into. I can see CT is trying to connect it. And this is it's a whole context that brings together the public, the political leadership, the media. I mean, all of us in one ecosystem seem to be driving this. For instance, there is Eric. There is a few years ago we had these discussions about the dam scandals.
Yeah.
Okay. When I posted that I was coming here, someone was in my inbox telling me you need to talk about the dam scandals. Let me mention something about it. Do you know that if we came down to the issues and if we examined the principles of everything that happened, we could argue that we lost more money in the investigation than in the contracts. Like the contracts were just normal contracts which people have not paid attention to understand them, but because they're arguing based on emotions, you go all the wrong way investigating them. First, you come out here and you get a news headline: 65 billion shillings dam scandal. What picture does that create? In the mind of a normal reader, they start immediately thinking that we've lost 65 billion shillings.
Yes.
Okay. When you come down to the contract and when you listen to more discussions, remember, I read the same news that you read. But as an infrastructure professional and as a contracts professional, I see and understand it differently.
Mm-hmm.
So when you tell me that 65 billion has been lost in a dam scandal, from the way I understand projects is that I will wish to know how many payments had been made. Because you cannot say you've lost something that has not been paid.
Mm-hmm.
When you come down to look at what has been paid, again, based on what is already in the public, what has already been reported in the public, you find 7 billion has been paid.
Only 7.
Only 7 billion.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I don't stop there. I ask myself, what was it paid for? It was paid as an advance payment.
Yeah.
Again, for me as a contracts person, advance payment is a contractual payment. But I'll tell you some of the things that perhaps a journalist did not bring out when they were reporting that 7 billion has been paid. One, advance payment is a contractual payment. Number two, it is not just paid. If you look at how government, not just government, how clients handle advance payment. Today, if I came to you and you are giving me a job, you're telling me, Howard, you are a professional, I want you to do job XYZ for me, and I'm supposed to pay you advance payment. For an advance payment to be processed, you need to put in an advance payment guarantee. And for government, it's a standard form. This is how it says that you shall provide an advance payment guarantee. No, it says from an irrevocable, unconditional advance payment guarantee from a reputable local financial institution. So before you pay 7 billion, one of the things that you have to do is to get that advance payment guarantee.
The guarantee.
Okay. And there is a way this guarantee is handled. That guarantee is like money. That the contractor is going to bring you a guarantee, a bank guarantee, which is a paper. But how that paper is handled like money, because it's actual money.
It's a promissory note.
Yes, but it's handled with the seriousness that it deserves. So when that paper comes, you don't send it to the driver to go and or send someone a text message and tell him, hello sir, from bank XYZ. Can you verify this guarantee? No, that's not how you verify that guarantee. You are going to take probably a legal officer carrying that guarantee. Is taken by a driver to that bank, and he doesn't go to the bank teller. He doesn't even go to the branch manager. He goes to a certain department in that bank, because this 7 billion you're carrying, which deals with these guarantees. He will go and verify that guarantee, and he doesn't verify by someone looking at it. It is verified by the bank writing another letter, because you've written to them a letter asking them that we have this guarantee in favor of project XYZ.
Confirm.
So the bank is going to confirm also in written and write back to you and tell you that yes, this guarantee was issued and the conditions that are in the guarantee are as stated. And so we are good. When you come back with that letter and you go to the client, those papers are kept in a safe, probably with 3-level access codes. This is the whole idea, because if the contractor goes into default, you do not take a flight to go to whichever country, to China or to Italy, to investigate an advance payment. You invoke provisions of the contract and cash the guarantee.
It's a guarantee.
Yes.
Just say bank.
You tell the bank, give me my 7 billion.
Your guy took off.
Remember, you have no obligation to tell the bank, mmekosania nini. You don't have to begin explaining. That's not the issue. It's an irrevocable, unconditional guarantee. On my first demand, you get me the money. So tell me, why would you be taking a flight to go
going to Italy?
Why are you going to Italy? Secondly, and after you've done all these investigations, and with due respect to agencies of investigation like the TCI, like the EACC, you see, DCI, for example, these are police officers who are trained to investigate crimes, serious crime. Yes. But sometimes the tools that you need to do a proper investigation and not to go the wrong direction might not be.
Are you saying we do not have individuals or groups of individuals who understand financial crimes in this country?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that sometimes you leave the correct tools and you use the wrong tools, but not that the correct tools are not there.
And keep wasting money.
Yes, and it costs you money.
Which is why I asked you, engineer, whether you think that from the very beginning there is public interest involved.
Again,
let's take a break. We'll come back and pick it from that point. Engineer Howard Mai is our guest this morning. He's a civil engineer. He's an infrastructure contracts professional. He understands very many things about infrastructure projects, and that's what we're talking about. Corruption and our infrastructure projects. Are we boxing shadows? When you talk about all these things with so much anger and spending so much time, are we actually addressing the real issues at heart, or are we not? Now, the future belongs to those who prepare for the future. Okay? The fastest growing pension fund in the country today is one called Taifa Pension Fund. It is regulated and registered and regulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority. So, engineer, go to their website, www.taifapensionfund.com, and get more details and see how you can join the fastest growing pension fund in the country.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning, 21 degrees, highs of 27 and lows of 16. We'll see lows of 14 in a sunny Nakuru, going to highs of 27. It's 21 and sunny in Nyeri, highs of 28 and lows of 16, while Eldoret is sunny at 20. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 13. Mombasa is partly sunny at 29 with highs of 32, and Malindi at 30 is sunny. We'll see highs of 32. 26 and sunny conditions in Kisumu with highs of 30, while at 24, Kakamega is sunny, going to highs of 30 and lows of 16. Light rain showers are back in Kampala with highs of 29 and lows of 17, while Dar es Salaam at 28 is sunny. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 24. Johannesburg at 26, a sunny morning with highs of 33 and lows of 18, and at 31, it's sunny in Mogadishu, going to highs of 33. 20 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 23 and lows of 10, while it's mostly cloudy in Lagos. At 24, we'll see highs of 33 and highs of 32 in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa. 12 degrees and mostly sunny Monday afternoon in Beijing, and Paris at 5 is cloudy with highs of 15, while at 11 it's cloudy in London with highs of 13. Sunday night is clear in New York at 6 degrees, coming into Monday, highs of 15 and lows of 6.
Eighteen to 10, our conversation continues with Engineer Howard Mai.
So when we look at a lot of these PPPs, they have now been ensconced in the minds of folks as avenues towards corruption. It just looks as though PPPs have become conduits for stealing. Would that be a fair assessment?
There is looking like conduits for corruption, and there is being conduits for corruption. Do you know we've been paying an agency, we've been spending money on a legal agency called EACC for years now, and we do still spend on it. But a lot of the work that EACC does is fighting corruption perception, as opposed to fighting the corruption. And the problem of perception is too big in this country that we are channeling too much resources to it. And some of these fights and the arguments, public arguments that you're having, they are good for the sake of it, but then sometimes they're also wasteful. PPPs, for example, coming back to PPPs, and lately we've been having very heated conversations about PPPs. I could understand the public in the one instance, because especially the model of PPPs that has been picked a couple of times in the recent past has got a degree of opacity. Like it's opaque. Okay?
But the ones which have not been opaque are which ones, for instance?
Now, I'm just saying, if you look at the PPP Act, it has different types of...
different facets to it, yes.
Different facets to it. But the one that we have used, especially the PIP, which is a privately initiated, it doesn't seem... It's not per se opaque, but the point at which it's supposed to become known to the public.
It's the manner in which it's revealed.
The manner in which it's revealed. For example, someone seated somewhere in a foreign country throws a document on social media and says that we are being finished. Our airport is gone. Now, without going into the difficult clauses of this act, let me just speak to the process of that PIP. Okay? In the simplest language possible. The PIP itself operates almost like the way you handle patents. Okay? So the way you handle patents is such that when I arrive at your door, you are the person regulating patents, and I tell you, I have this patent, and I give you that document, you've received it. The first thing you are supposed to do is to lock it.
I've come up with an invention that nobody else has.
You lock it first.
Okay.
The same way for the PIP.
I don't go saying, by the way, there's a guy who was invested,
so that other people begin coming up with other ideas. No. At that point, when a PPP partner arrives at your door and tells you that you have problem X, we have solution Y.
Yeah.
We would like to come in and provide you the solution.
Yeah.
Remember, it's our law. It's not. There is nothing illegal about it. Once they bring it to you and they pay it's $50,000, you lock it first. How is it reported out there that KAA gave out the airport that morning, that very morning when they received the document? But when you come down to look at how this law operates, what they did was just the right thing.
How would we know it's the right thing when we don't even know what a PIP is?
But it is in your law, and ignorance of that law
actually
it's not defense.
Actually, I'm not looking for defense here. The point I'm actually trying to make is it is incumbent, that same constitution that brings about our laws also states categorically the need for what we keep saying, public participation.
Absolutely. So
if you are
civic education.
Yes, if you're entering into an understanding on our behalf, should we not know what it is you're doing on our behalf?
Now, that's the reason why I wanted to run quickly in the simplest way possible through the procedure for this. First, you're supposed to receive that proposal and lock it. Once you've locked it, then
explain lock.
Once you've received it, you do not continue receiving other proposals on that.
Because of why?
Same matter. That's the law. But let me give you comfort.
Okay.
This law exists like that so that it also protects, because by the time someone is bringing in a PIP, they are putting resources into trying to develop that proposal.
They've done their homework.
They've done their homework. They've put in money already.
Right.
And you don't want to keep on. City is coming. He has put in 100 million. And then Eric is coming, he has put in another 150 million, and Du is coming, he has put in another 50 million. So to avoid that, we will allow City to come. Once he has given us his proposal, we lock it, we process it, and that process has several stages. I think it's almost 20 stages. You process it, you are going to review it, you lock it first, and then you review it. You come up with your own counter proposal. You come and sit down and negotiate, get a middle ground. If you are a government agency, you take it through the approval procedures. You take it to management, you take it to the board, and then the board takes it to cabinet level, and then the cabinet takes it to parliament. If your law says that the issue will come into public participation at parliament stage, and you begin querying it at proposal stage.
At locking stage.
At locking stage. You have no debate, you have no discussion. You are expending your energy on something that is not adding value to the conversation.
Excuse me, teacher. Excuse me.
Yes.
If I go to CT,
yes,
and I tell CT, I know you will need a shirt.
Yes.
Because I know CT is due to revamp his wardrobe.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Yes.
Because I've been out there in the public.
Yes.
Me, I like, buying my new clothes in December. He has been saying it.
Yes.
Then I come in October and I say, I know you will need new clothes in December. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing now that's unique is the type of clothes I want to supply him and all those things. How can you call that a PIP?
It all depends with the laws that CT has set up for CT International.
In this particular case, for example,
yes,
our airport manager has been saying, I need to expand JKIA.
Okay.
I need to improve JKIA.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
There's a conversation that's been taking place. Somebody comes and says, I think you need to improve JKIA. There's nothing new you're telling me. The thing that I'd like you to do with your improvement of JKIA is ABCD. Now, you should not be stopped from allowing Engineer Howard to also come and say, I heard that you need to improve your JKIA. Here is how I propose to do it. I can lock it by saying, I will not go and tell Howard what Eric said.
Yes.
And I'll not tell Eric what Howard said.
Yes.
I will review all of them.
Yes.
And then I'll go back to each of them with a counter proposal.
Now, Eric, what you're saying sounds very logical. Okay. And it sounds good. Until the time you retreat back to the law and find that that is not how the law provides. The law under PIP,
first come,
first served. Okay. We process that first application until when we are convinced that we can't progress anymore. And we have examples of some of PIPs which have not gone up to the end. They have been terminated, and at that point, someone else can come on board. If you want a scenario where you can do what you are saying, where you can receive one person, you begin looking at it, and then you not tell the other, you can receive it also, then the right way to go about that is to go back to the Act.
And choose option 2.
If you go back to the Act, if you choose option 2, probably you'll be going for the open tendering approach.
Yes.
Or you can go back to the Act, even to the same section of PIP, and introduce additional clauses that govern that PIP.
By amending the law.
By amending the law. So before you amend that law, the law that is in place is what is going to be applicable.
Public interest again comes in. Okay? In this law of ours.
Yes.
Because this law of ours presupposes that a PIP shall come at a point where I did not even know that I needed this help.
Yes.
And then I look and I say, oh my God, this is brilliant. Actually, this person has looked 30 years down the road and they've seen my needs and I hadn't done this. But if I'm in the process of actually thinking how I need to improve my airport over the next 30 years, and I have been thinking, well, what route shall I take? Shall I go, direct contracting? Shall I advertise a tender? This is in the public domain. And then Howard comes and says PIP. Basically, you're saying that simply because I have received a PIP application from Howard, I cannot even consider going open tender. I cannot even consider any other alternative.
You need to remember, Eric, you have been thinking about the problem. You've been thinking about the JKIA problem.
And
in fact, you've been talking about it.
Yes.
You've been talking about it. You having thought about it and you've talked about it doesn't stop me from coming up with a unique solution to it. And unique solution does not have to be an Albert Einstein kind of unique solution to it.
Yeah.
As long as I'm coming to you and I'm telling you, okay, so you've been having a problem with your airport, fine. Your airport has a lower handling capacity and you're looking at the growth of Africa and maybe other areas. Okay, the unique thing about my proposal could be whether it's the designs, whether it's the amount of money, whether it's the conditions that I'm going to put in there. But as long as I arrive with a solution, and I'm telling you, I'm bringing you this solution.
It is actually not a solution. It is a possible solution.
Okay, fine. As long as I arrive with a possible solution.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And I come to you and I tell you I'm coming to you with this possible solution under provisions of your law.
Your own law.
Your own law. Section this.
Lock mine.
Then you have to follow that law. And if you do not want to follow that law, for example, if that law is not serving public interest, then the right place to go to is go back to Parliament and then make amendments to that law. But now let's come back again to these other issues. You have to, when we are asking ourselves, I think the biggest debate that we've been having out here and the information that has been flowing out here is that the airport has been sold. The airport has been done what?
Sold.
Yeah, it has been sold. It has been sold at one.
Somebody is.
It has been sold at 1.8.
Discussion with the port.
Yes, at 1.8 billion US dollars. Imepeanwa. First, a PPP is not a sale. It's not a sale. The law that governs PPP does not involve sale.
Do you know where the problem arises?
Yes, I'm listening.
There's a discussion here that was summarized in the Star. State agencies in trouble. For the longest time, the discussion of privatization has been a common discussion among Kenyans, the government seeking to. Now, the principle and the concepts around the sale or the privatization is really not the issue. If you start from the perspective that we have a serious trust deficit.
Yes.
If the government, just like you say, it is incumbent upon us to understand the law, it is incumbent upon the government to understand that we don't trust them, okay?
I agree with you.
Yes. So when you bring a project, no matter how good it is, if you don't take the time and bother to explain it in a manner that is easily understood by us, we will decide what it is. You can explain anything you want. We will decide what it is, and that is what we'll believe, and that's what we'll carry on with.
And there are many things that you will attach to it. It will be theft, it will be corruption, it will be an avenue for somebody to line their own pockets and enrich themselves
own our airport.
Without adequate comprehension of the matter from beginning to end in a manner that the person with the slightest understanding will be able to know what is going on. Without that, you create a vacuum whereby speculation can take root and grow. My goodness.
Sometimes information moves faster than the rate at which someone tries to provide that information.
No.
For example.
Yes. Adani, for example.
Yes.
There was no explanation whatsoever that was given before speculation had already taken root. Speculation took root, and then that's when people started to say, oh, actually, the airport has been in need of revamping for some time. We didn't hear any stories about airport being in need of revamping and etc. before whistleblowers and their information came out.
The question you should be asking yourself about this whistleblower is that when you say that there had been no information, you need to be asking yourself whether we have a law that obligates that information to come out at that time. Because, for example, I cannot go, let me assume that I'm the responsible person in government. I cannot go and begin telling you that, hey, guys, Adani is coming with a PIP proposal.
Why not?
Until I told you this works.
Because you've locked it.
No. Because he has not even arrived. You don't even know whether he's coming.
But you had plans. Things were signed. You had plans.
No, let's not mix issues. I took time to explain this procedure.
You can't come in advance of Adani coming.
You can't come in advance before he comes.
Yeah.
And even when he arrives.
But you can come,
even when he arrives
in advance and say, guys, remember we've been talking about our airport. So in fact, we had given this contract to these guys to do Greenfield. We cancelled it, but that has not
happened.
Diminished the need. We still have a need. Right? And we shall be going out in the market and we are thinking this and the other. In fact, this cabinet paper is explaining those things. You can do all those things. So if you come now and tell us, oh, but Adani came last week and we are reviewing.
And we locked.
Fine. We locked, we are reviewing. We are not saying the details. They came up with a proposal.
But there's an inkling of information that you shared.
Well, that's certainly an area that can be improved in terms of the information that is given out there, even if it's limited information. But that having been said, it shouldn't also open a door for
Rumamongers. Bad talk.
Actually, you have a point. The door doesn't need to be opened. It has been open for a long time.
It never shuts.
Oh, that door, no, it exists. It's part and parcel of the trust deficit we speak of. But remember, it isn't based on thin air.
Yes.
Our lived experience with major projects in this country, unfortunately, is that somewhere along the line, the tag of corruption and misappropriation of funds seem to follow these projects, unfortunately.
Yes.
And one come in, that's why I was putting the issue of public interest.
Yes.
In our question today, are we boxing shadows? I put it to you that we are. And it has been designed so that we box shadows. In the process of boxing shadows, the real target moves, and we spend a lot of time, energy, just fighting these shadows. It was designed that way. When it comes out, you shall box this shadow here, and this manner shall go this way. We have seen Triton. We have been boxing shadows. Imeenda. Wajir Dam. We are boxing shadows.
Take your pick.
Dindi Dam. We are boxing shadows. Even airport now, we are boxing shadows.
Let's try to narrow down this conversation to something
in 20 seconds. Time
20 seconds. 20 seconds too short.
We can narrow down.
That though we have been angry and struggling with scandals, perhaps we know about some of the scandal, Golden Bag, Anglo-Leasing, and now here, when you come sensationally and say that we have a Adani scandal, for example, do you know that Anglo-Leasing, there was no company? Called Anglo-Leasing.
It's Anglo-Leasing type contract.
Yes, the same way for Golden Bag, there was no company. Here we are discussing about a multi.
What do you mean there was no company?
There was no company, as in when you go to UK and look for that company that was doing those dealings, you don't seem to find them. Here we are discussing a situation where you have a corporation. If you left here and you said you're going to look for this company, which
you'll find it.
You'll find it, and not just find it, but it's a corporation that is established with an extensive governance structure. I can bet, in closing, that if however lucrative corruption is, it is impossible to build an institution of that size with the governance structures and succeed just based on corruption. You must be having something else. Governance.
We have a country with laws and structures.
Yes. Serious.
And corruption.
And a constitution.
Yes. Engineer Howard, thank you very much for joining us today.
Asante sana.
You'll come. This conversation we need to keep having.
Yes.
Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Asante sana. Have a good day. We'll be back tomorrow.